Hello, hello. I'm starting quite late tonight, but I wanted to give another day a chance for readings. I did one yesterday, but I only had we'll call we'll call a follower a customer. I only had one customer yesterday. But it was good. I think it was a good reading. So I decided I'm gonna do another stream today. And hopefully I get some people who are curious. And I'll do the same thing I did last time. I'll start with a collective to start, unless someone comes in. Typically, if someone comes in, I'll stop the collective reading and do their reading. So I end up prioritizing the individual, it seems. But for now, I'll do a collective reading. Excuse me. I feel... Pum Pum, hi, welcome in. Oh, good. First one today. Did you want to pick your decks, or would you like me to choose intuitively for you? Oh, wait, let me fix that. I'm sorry. I just started the stream. So- Okay, go ahead. Yes, I can. Perfect. I finally got a bot to help me stay focused on who's in line. Okay, real snickle. I feel drawn to Anime Tarot for you to start with. Tarots I'm still working on, so I'll most likely read from the book 2 for this, just so you know ahead of time, but I'll do the interpretation first. Feel drawn for spirit animals as well. Parameters. And I feel like maybe one or two more decks for you. I can't read the notification. Sorry, one moment. I'm messing with my computer just so I can make sure I can hear you. Let's see. I missed my turn last time. I fell asleep, so I clicked fast when I got this notification. Oh, no worries. Yeah, sorry if it took a while. I tend to do in-depth readings. Most of the time, I try to do short ones, but it's such a hard. It's hard for me to do that. Um, and depending on the person, if they have a lot going on, then the message is very long. So, thanks for stopping in and giving me a chance. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness, I made that way too loud. That was too loud. Fix that. Okay, that's probably better. Yeah, I love the in-depth readings. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Oh, I didn't show you this one. Shaman's Dream is another one, and I am gonna do one more because I want to do like a advice or ending message of the overall reading for you. They're telling me to do angel cards, so if you take a look at them, I'll play these at the end, but they'll be like words on the cards, and if there's interpretations, I'll say them. Otherwise, it'll be like those are the overall message at the end of your reading. And and if I feel drawn to another deck, I will pick one. We'll see how your reading goes first. I am going to do something real quick before I start your reading, so I am less distracted. As weird as it sounds, I want to play some nature noises. I like doing nature noises when I'm doing readings. It helps keep me focused, I think. Let me know if the nature noise ends up being too loud. I will adjust it in the settings. I think that's good. I believe I'm louder. I think. Okay, so I definitely felt drawn to the anime tarot. I'm gonna play that first, and I could be wrong, but I get the vibes that you're also an anime fan too. I love anime myself. You're making me think of it. I am. Perfect. It's a great deck to choose then. Okay, I may or may not read from the book from like the deck itself or a different tarot book because tarot often is very specific. I connect with this deck, I think, pretty well, but you know, I'm terrible with the specific sometimes, but my interpretation occasionally gets the specific. So we'll do both if I feel the need. I hope you don't mind I call you Pum Pum. It's just more fun for me to say. Let's see what shuffles out for you. Yes, Pum Pum is fine. All right. I think what I'll do is I'll play them first without flipping them over, if it lets me. Where is it go? Too many. That's too many. That's too many. Please wait. Okay, alright. That's not one. Is it one or is it both? I mean, okay, which one first? This one, which direction? This way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like I should place 7 for you. And they actually want me to do a very specific placement, a tarot placement. I don't know what it's called though, so I'll have to look it up later. But they're telling me, okay, so I haven't flipped any of these over yet. I'll show you when I flip them over. I feel called to draw 7 cards for you. Right now the road is 5, and then the 6 and 7, one's going to be on top and one's going to be on below. It feels, before I begin it, and get the last 2 cards, it feels like there's like, the way it's, this is like how certain things are going, or your question, or whatever it is you're feeling at this time. And then there's 2 directions you can choose from, like 2 different paths, and these are the 2 different options before I even play the card. Thank you for the follow and welcome in. Okay, so let's get the last 2 cards from the tarot so I can start your interpretation. Hello, hello! This feels like that's gonna go there, and there's 1 more card. Which direction? This direction. Okay, perfect. Sorry if that was loud. Move this around a little bit. Right-handed, I don't know why I do that. Okay. Got some tasty hot chocolate. Okay, first card, ooh, is the Empress. This energy feels like it's you specifically off the bat. Empress is someone who knows their worth, knows what they're worthy of, knows what they desire, what they want, what direction they're going in, and they only want the very best, is how I see this first. The Empress also is a significant card of abundance, also creation, and like birthing of something new. I'm drawn to the little, like, I don't want to call it a whip. It's like a little ribbon that's very significant in some way, but the shape of it makes me drawn to it. And I'm not sure the significance yet. Maybe it'll come along later. But that's how it looks so far. I think I will read from the Dex book for these cards for you. We'll start with that one. That's my interpretation of it first. Let's read it. 3, 3, the Empress. I was very close. Okay, so let me hold it up while I read it. just so you can get to see. So, femininity, nurture, creativity, abundance, beauty, motherhood. Those are all the positive, upright attributes. And then it says the Empress represents creativity, motherhood, and femininity. She indicates there will be abundant growth, whether it be personal, professional, or interpersonal. They're making me pause after that sentence to say you're someone who's already had quite a bit of abundance. Like you've acknowledged this, and this is placed in your past section of this little like question or direction. You've had a lot of abundance already. She cares for herself and those around her, nurturing them with patient affection and love. Pulling the Empress is a sign to luxuriate in the beauty you see around you. Be inspired and create. They're giving me an image of someone who like likes to paint in nature, or that like that vibe, someone who likes to like um how do I describe it? So it makes me think of like high tea, like um vibes of just being out, like even if it's like a chair in the garden and relaxing in nature, artist drinking tea, reading a book, like very, it feels like very high vibes in terms of uh what's the word, maturity, no, that's not the word, just like I don't know. It's like a mix of like pride, contentment, tranquility. It's like all of the mix of above. It just feels peaceful. Thank you for joining the queue. I just started Pom Pom's reading, so it might take a little bit, just so you know ahead of time, but I finally have a queue bot, which is great. Okay, so let's see. The Empress analog in anime is Yamato Nadeshiko archetype, translated as flower of Japanese womanhood. Oh. So they're giving me an image of a geisha who's very like, they're very gentle with their makeup. Like it, you know, as an American, like a stereotypical American would see that like it's just a cake full of makeup, right? But in terms of Japanese culture, right, they're very delicate with how things are set up as, and then show me the Japanese geisha, and they go around with dignified femininity, pride, you know, and they're entertainers, right? But they do it in a way of grace. They do it in a way of grace, and that's what they're showing me. A Yamato sorry, a Yamato Nadeshiko is a woman with traditionally desirable and respectful attributes. She is loyal, wise, nurturing, feminine, and beautiful, while occasionally depicts a docile and differential, sometimes too much so. She can also be inspired, creative, and idealistic in her own right. She can have one heck of a backbone. So that kind of matches. Hold on, I'm just gonna turn this down a little bit. It's just a little too loud for me. Oh, that sounds so much better for me. Okay, so, and I'll turn it up a little for you guys. Hopefully it's not too high. Okay, so I feel like that matches a lot with what I was saying, like someone who's like pride, holding themselves well. Like it feels elegant. It feels like a lot of elegance. And when I played this card, I said to me, this like feels like this is your energy specifically. Like this is you. You're this person of elegance and grace. Is how I feel about that overall to start with. And then the card has like little animes referencing different characters in each anime. I'm not gonna read those because I don't feel the need, but I'm just letting you know ahead of time. That's what I want to strive for. Oh, so it's like a little goal. Okay. It feels like you're already there for me, and it's placed in your past section, so maybe you're already practicing such traits. Because I feel a lot of things in my heart chakra, which means like I have deep passion for this in terms of my own interpretation. So I think you're already there. Just keep doing what you're doing. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next tarot. I'm just gonna have a sip of my hot cocoa real quick. I've learned with my excessive talking that I definitely needed to get drinks when I do these things. So, okay, next card is Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Um, okay, there's a few messages coming up. First is a struggle with money. Nine represents endings. This is in reverse, so to me, it makes me think of a loss of money, or actually, they're making me think of a poor investment. Specifically, it went south, it didn't go right, or it just didn't go the way it was planned. But it's also a Nine of Pentacles, and nine represents endings, heading towards a new, fresh start in terms of numerology. They're making me see like these bottom three pentacles of this card. It makes me think you have some small savings or a little batch of abundance that you've kept, like a little dragon hoard. So you've been trying your best not to touch that. It's like an absolute no because of the other things going on. Yeah, dealing with financial issues. Oh, all right. Thank you for reiterating some stuff. I love hearing feedback. Okay, so let me read from the book for the Nine of Pentacles in reverse for you. From you. Why did you tell me to say from you? That doesn't make sense. From you? So you want me to know? What do you want me to know? I'm gonna Ten of Swords. Someone around you. Someone around you is a burden to you. Temperance. And you've lost patience, or you're very much at your limit for that person. Let's see. Where is the Nine of Pentacles? Okay. So I'm going to hold it back up so you can see it. So, reversed attributes is loneliness, insecurity, and lack of fulfillment. So there's okay, so like a missing piece. There's a missing piece. Let's see. When reversed, the Nine of Pentacles hints that although you have everything you've worked hard for. Okay, that makes sense with the first card. It said you've already been quite abundant in many ways. Although you have everything you've worked hard for, you might still feel as though you're missing something, like it feels like a missing piece. Maybe your independence and self-sufficiency have left you feeling a bit lonely, like melancholy or constant daydreaming or just longing for more, basically. Or maybe you have all the money but none of the sense of security or safety. That doesn't I don't feel a connection with that, so it doesn't feel like that's vibing. There's no point in having wealth and prosperity if you're still unhappy. I'm being told to tell you that money can't buy happiness. Only you can take charge of your happiness and find the little things that bring a shine to you and light up your face. Let's see. Take some time to do some introspection. Are you longing for community or partnership? Partnership, the word sticks out to me strongly. So maybe you're looking and desire to have a romantic partner. They're also showing me someone who desires to have a partner, but they also don't want to be forced to change in their ways in a way where like they feel like they're being controlled. They want to be able to enjoy themselves as they are while having a partner who accepts all of that. That's what they're showing me. What's making you feel so vulnerable and at risk? See if you can change course and fulfill your spiritual needs. Hello, little matey, welcome in. Hi. Yep, very accurate. Oh, good. All right. So I'm gonna play the next card. I felt that was very straightforward for that one. Next one is Seven of Cups in reverse. In terms of the tarot, cups often represent emotions. And, I don't know why, but this particular card's, with the way the cups are shaped, right? And how they're shaped, it makes me think of that game where you put something in it, you spin it around, and you try to guess the correct one. and win your money is what they're telling me. So it's they're making me think of gambling or somebody who likes to take risks, being a risk taker. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I get any other messages from the cards specifically before I read from the book. They're making me think of like I don't know, maybe a selling point or some kind of craft maybe you like to do, like glass blowing or pottery or some or ceramics or painting ceramics. It's they're giving me like the image of China, like very intricate details of China. And earlier I mentioned painting too. You aren't a painter, are you, by chance, or something the like alike, or maybe someone with calligraphy or something that uses a brush of some sort. Because they also reminded me of geisha. There's a lot of creative hints in here so far. Let's see, Seven of Cups in reverse. I like painting, but haven't been doing it often. Oh. Maybe this is like that's something you should do more often because it keeps you feeling peaceful and you're actually very connected to spirit that way. I refer to spirit, it's whoever you refer to as. But you're very connected that way, so maybe start picking it up a little bit and kind of find what you like to do the most. Okay, so I'm going to read from the book. Excuse me. Interesting. I wonder why I pictured gambling first. Is it because of lots of money? Hello, welcome in. Hi. Okay, so let's see. So I'm going to show the card while I read. So it's in reverse position. It says delusion, being overwhelmed, over idealizing, and lack of perspective. The word delusion sticks out to the most, and I mentioned like that gambling game earlier. So I do think it's something related to your money, and maybe like maybe you're thinking you could get quite a bit of money doing this very specific thing, but I don't see that being fruitful for you in this particular situation because the word delusion is sticking out. This is placed in your present moment, so maybe there's something you're looking into right now. If it is something that you are strongly fond of or interested in, then maybe proceed with caution or make sure you get your money's worth, depending on what it is. Let's see. When reversed, the Seven of Cups warns against being so taken with these many choices that you're overwhelmed with options and your mind runs away with potential outcomes. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Be sure to remain grounded and take some deep breaths. Work on making up your mind based on realistic considerations of what could be ahead. So make sure you don't only see you could probably be someone who's a very optimistic person, but challenge yourself to see negative sides too, because you could be a victim of those negative sides, and being mentally prepared and emotionally prepared ahead of time helps prevent you from harm, technically. All right. Next card, we have the King of Swords. The first thing brought to my mind is be smart. First phrase is be smart. That comes to mind when I see this. You know, glasses keep coming up in my readings lately, and I don't understand why. Stay focused. Stay focused on your goals. Know what you truly want. Be ambitious. Show some ambition and passion towards a specific subject or object you have a desire in. They're giving me feelings that you're forcing yourself into things that you actually don't have any like fondness of or any like passion for. Like it's not something you actually want to do, but you're trying to like convince yourself that it's something you want to do. Maybe it's because you're curious about it and you want to try it first, but you don't actually have a passion for whatever this is. Okay, let me read the King of Swords next. Right. King of Swords. Attributes are mental clarity, authority, truth, conviction, and rationality. So that, that's good that I have vibes, stay focused and everything with what I said before. So the King of Swords is master of logic, rationality, and order. Makes sense. I got a lot of those vibes. Okay. He is the ultimate authority on truth and discipline, always making intellect and fact-based decisions. He's immovable in his ways. The epitome of professionalism. He's truly cool, calm, and calculated. Reading that last sentence, the epitome of professionalism, he's truly cool, calm, and collective, makes me think of someone who like works in the office and has like those ID cards hanging from the lanyards. Makes me think of like a corporate job. And it also makes me think of misery at the same time. Like it's just not a job. You just don't like your job. If this is the case for you, I don't know. But it feels like such a drag. It feels like a drag. It feels like it's mundane and not moving in a productive way. Let's see. The King of Swords analog in anime is the Megane archetype. Megane, which literally means person with glasses. That's true in Japanese culture. Well, technically it means glasses, but person with glasses show up frequently in anime. So I was drawn to the glasses in this card, so that's funny. Sophisticated, intelligent, stoic, and aloof, these characters are alluring to fans for being smart, mysterious, and always just slightly out of reach. They're showing me like characters and like dramas and stuff, like the cool guy in the character, and they just barely talk about anything. Like their brain is going a million miles a minute. Um, but on the out, like in their head, they're constantly going, but on the outside, they're like calm, cool, and collected, even though they're like their brain is in overdrive. Occasionally, their preference for discipline, order, and intellect can make them insensitive or cruel, but for the most part, these characters are geniuses at work. It makes me think of someone misunderstood. It makes me think of someone who comes across as insensitive, but is actually a very sensitive person themselves. And it makes me think that they don't try to be that way intentionally, and then the way their words are taking is out of context. Like other people take what you say out of context, and that's actually very hurtful for you emotionally. She's sorry, I have to go, but thank you. Oh, no problem. I think you can do exclamation leave, but no worries. Okay, so let's see. Let's see this card. Queen of Swords. Ooh, you have okay. So we have the Queen of Swords in your future space. And it's nice because you also have the King of Swords, which I just read for you. Queen of Swords sticks out to me. She's like confident and stands her ground. The word mistreated comes up. Maybe there's something that happened to you where you became mistreated. They specifically make me think of a work environment. I'm drawn to the ivy for some reason. Maybe it's somebody named Ivy or someone who clings to you like Ivy. Um, and then I also see like I see the expression and the face of this card, and she's very stoic. She's confident, and it feels like she gives no F's, no more, no BS. I'm done with it. I've had enough of it, and I'm not going to deal with it any longer. Is what I'm getting off the vibes of this card. Think of family. Interesting. Okay, maybe. If that's the case, maybe you're from a family who's really pressuring you into specific careers and has high expectations that you don't want to pursue. Maybe. Okay. So, attributes of the upward position of this card, the Queen of Swords. I'm also going to read from my phone for this one because you have the sword pair of the King and Queen. So let's see. Independence, discernment, boundaries. Boundaries really sticks out. Direct communication, lack of bias also really sticks out. So maybe there's a belief of yours that is being pushed aside and not acknowledged properly. The Queen of Swords is a critical thinker who sets clear boundaries and pulls no punches. As with all sword cards, she focuses on reason instead of emotion, using her intellect to make effective, rational decisions. Even though she sets clear boundaries, she channels most of her energy into her work. She wields her authority and expertise in a measured, clear way, and may be encouraging you to do the same. The Queen of Swords analog in anime is the Kudere archetype. These frosty, blunt characters maintain a mask of intellectual professionalism. Okay, that's probably why I'm getting like company and corporate vibes. But they're not. One note, they feel a great range of emotions. Okay, that kind of goes with what I said of the King of Swords. But keep them in check. Usually direct, dry, and even clinical, they keep themselves on a straight and narrow for their mission or cause. So, like, yeah, it feels like strong beliefs, a very specific and particular direction, and not straying from that direction, basically. And it felt like I'm being told the word battle. It feels like a battle. I'm gonna check my phone for the King of Swords and Queen of Swords meaning together, because I think that feels significant to me. So give me just a moment. I remember where I put it. There it is. Okay. I'm stuffy all of a sudden. Hearing the word conflict all of a sudden, they're telling me conflict. People who don't see the same page. Often a disagreement or often at odds. Let's see. Okay, so they say two queens is rivalry, and then if I go into the kings, right, they say to get there. Whoops. Oh, I went too far. This is interesting. Two kings is a good partnership. Okay, I need to be a little more specific. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so it says that it's a long-lasting partnership when it's pulled. I feel like the meaning of them together is significant, but it also feels faint, like it's something that's not a focus right now, if that makes sense. And then there's two last cards of the tarot for you. And when I said it in the beginning, these are like each one is a path. So depending on which path you take is the direction you're going to go in. So I'm going to play the top one first. The Devil is the top one. So people get scared with the card when they see the devil if they're, spooked by, religion and things the like. Um, I don't really get that vibe from you right away, but you're like, oh crap, because it's in the tarot. Um, so this direction, depending on a path you take, can lead to addiction, more financial restraints, I'm being told, and you're gonna feel stuck and struggle with feeling stuck consistently if you. I'm being told if you stay where you are now. I'm gonna also read from the book. Where did I put it? There it is. Let's read the devil. Nope, I went past the devil. I went too far. Number 15. And we go. So, devil is an upright position. It is oppression, addiction, sexuality, and temptation. Um, it keeps coming up in my mind, coming through the reading. I don't know if you're someone who's like transitioned or anything, or if it's something you're considering, or somebody you know and you're trying to convince people in terms of beliefs and like morals about it, but there's subtle hints in your reading about it and they keep showing it to me in my mind's eye, so I feel the need to bring it up. Let's see. The devil has two sides. One side encourages you to delight in the pleasures of life, lust, decadence, and indulgence. The other warns of unhealthy attachment and addiction. Are there negative vices that continuously bring you down and hold you back? They're showing me like vaping or something like that. I don't want to say smoking, but it's definitely something addictive, which is not necessarily good for you, but it's not seen as something entirely terrible. So that's probably why they're showing me vaping specifically. Are there negative vices? Are there negative vices that continuously bring you down and hold you back? Don't let reasonable indulgences become toxic. The devil is unfulfilled and tries to achieve fulfillment with the same short-term solutions over and over and over again. And they're making me think of that phrase, they only say, how does it go? You're only crazy if you expect different results doing the same thing over and over again, or something along those lines. It's a quote from somebody that I don't know off the top of the head, sorry. You may be falling victim to a cycle, trapped in bad habits and toxic dependency that lead you down the wrong path. They're showing me a very specific image of someone who, I have, when I'm stressed out, I struggle with stress eating. They're showing me someone who, when things don't go their way or when they're easily stressed, they go to do this specific thing, and that's actually not productive and actually very unhealthy for you in its own way, because it's a pattern you're creating, and this habit and pattern you're creating is going to make you stuck in an eternal loop. Let's see. It says check in with yourself and your habits when this card appears. Are you restricting yourself from indulging, or have you delved too far into decadence? I feel like it's neither of those based on the sentence. I feel like you want to indulge yourself, but you also prevent indulging as well. So it kind of feels like you're very too cautious about many things because you worry about it too much a little bit. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Does it? That's an oxymoron. You worry about it too much a little bit. So, um so it feels like you like you want to do this, but you're like, I don't want to deal with the results that come from this, but it'll make me happier doing this. I should try it, but then this might happen. So um, it feels like it feels like you're trying to, like, I don't know, criticize yourself in your own way. I'm not sure how to word this. It makes sense in my brain, but I'm having a hard time translating it right now. Let's see. The devil's analog in anime is the yandere. Yanderes are usually depicted as girls or women, but they can occasionally be men who are mentally and emotionally unstable and obsessed with an object of love or affection. They're making me think of someone who like obsessively collects in a way, like collects posters, pillows, stuffed animals, or plushies, and like it's all themed. It's making me think of all the like collecting these things, figurines, whatever it may be, but it's like it's all the same theme. Let's see. Their obsession with a goal or lifestyle has gone too far and become oppressive, turning something that was initially idealistic, destructive, and harmful. The yandere's obsession dominates their excuse me. The yandere's obsession dominates their actions, terrorizing and tainting the object of their passion. What should be a good thing has, for the yandere, become toxic. So they're saying like this is one of the two paths, right? They're saying this path, and earlier they told me to say that you're currently on will end up being toxic for you in the long run. It's not going to feel fulfilling, and it'll feel downtrodden over a while. Maybe my phone addiction. Also staying in my comfort zone. Oh, okay. All right. So that's one of the paths. I'm gonna read the next one now. I'm gonna play the last tarot of this deck for you, and then we're gonna move on to your other cards. Ooh, the Emperor. So okay, they're making me I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but they're making me think of someone who's like transitioning again. And like, I don't know, female to male maybe, or something like, or maybe even something as small as like a cross dresser, or just feeling proud in certain ways. And actually, now they're making me think, oh, I wish I know his name. I don't know his name. They're making me think of a person who's famous, and he dresses the way he wants because he likes it and makes him happy and feel comfortable within himself. And he knows himself for who he is, and he doesn't see anything wrong with wearing clothes. He's like someone in the fashion industry, and he doesn't see anything wrong with wearing clothes you like. It doesn't matter if it's male, female, neutral, it doesn't matter. He just enjoys it, and that's what he likes to do. And that's like the vibe I'm getting the most out of this card so far. Um, I'm hearing confidence, leadership. What else? I'm hearing the word staying focused again. I'm really drawn to the crown. And for some reason, I'm drawn to his shoes and his feet as well. So this is the Emperor card here. The dark elements make me feel comfortable of this card. Like it feels comfortable. Maybe you're someone who likes to like game, or you like the like darker setting in the rooms and so on. Or maybe you just like purple tones, who knows? Or maybe those colors look good on you. I don't know. But those are the vibes. And this is the other direction you could take. So I said my interpretation first, so I'm going to read from the book now. So attributes, since it's in upright position, it says reliability, authority, rules and regulations, leadership, discipline. When I read those attributes, especially with authority, rules, and regulations, that really stuck out to me the most, and it makes me think of you being in your own place, like living by yourself in your own place. It feels like that's something you need. I don't know if you already live by yourself or if you live with family or a partner, but living by yourself is like something that now they're giving me like twists and turns in my stomach. Like it makes me feel anxious. Um, but now they're making me think of like a lot of things to worry about, which aren't necessary. This situation is actually highly beneficial for you because you can actually feel like you can relax in your own skin. You can be yourself. You don't have to worry about anybody else's opinion. And they're showing me like someone who's like having a home party, home gathering, because it's people they invite over who they like and who they vibe with. And that feels very much like that's a vibe you need to be in. And that's the other path. Oh, yeah, I haven't finished reading this. So, a true leader, the emperor, uses strategy and authority to create and maintain structure and manage responsibility effectively. The emperor is skilled at approaching roadblocks in order to achieve goals and maintain order. They're telling me you're kind of bad at that a little bit. Let's see. He is a powerful paternal figure who offers firm direction from a place of experience and expertise. They're telling me that part is true for you, though. You've gone through a lot of experiences, so you know you have like some wisdom for these things already. The Emperor's analog in anime is the company boss. There are many boss types in anime, from cruel and manipulative to dopey and friendly, but almost all are symbols of structure, authority, leadership, and discipline. The word discipline sticks out the most, whether or not they always stay true to these values. Um, so whether or not they always stay true to these values, they're making me want to say and like reiterate that like stay true to your values, but like your values can change over time. They don't have to stay the same forever. Like they're telling me that it's like ingrained beliefs. Like people in hypnosis, they believe these things until like the snap of a finger snap them out of it, right? Your values, morals can change as you grow, and that is perfectly normal with self growth. Don't treat yourself too harshly about it if you change your mind. It's okay to change your mind. Just like do it in a constructive way for yourself. Let's see, where was I? Oh yes, stay true to these values. If the anime is set in high school, certain teachers can embody this role, especially if the high school is non-traditional. And that's the other direction. So like this was the first direction, right, with the devil. And to me, they were telling me like if you stay on this path, like this is the direction you're going in. But if you make the proper changes with yourself, what you need, what you're looking for, then this is the direction you'll be in. And this feels better suited for you. Like it feels more comfortable. You feel like you're in your element and you don't feel like an outcast in your own home. That's what they're giving me for vibes of that. So those are the tarot pieces. Let me move on to the next deck now. Daddly do. I probably said that wrong, but it was fun to say it that way. Welcome in, and thank you for joining the queue. Alright, which deck is next? Let's see which deck is next. That makes me alright. I don't even need to hover my hand. I'm drawn to a particular deck. So we're doing affirmators next. I usually do these as like advice cards, but they're making me drawn to this one. So these are messages you need to hear now after the tarot. Oh, my ears are popping. It makes me feel like the altitude or pressure is changing. Uncomfortable all of a sudden. Oh, snuggle. Whoa, hello. Okay. Spirit has a lot to say. First one is confidence. Oh, that's kind of the theme going on with your reading so far. So, confidence. At this moment, I take a step back and look at myself with pride of a good mother. I see an abundance of abilities and talents that show up all the time in big and little ways. If I could stick myself on a refrigerator, I would. I would invite all the neighbors over to say, "Look at that! Can you believe what an A plus that is?" It makes me laugh and feel giggly because it makes me feel of someone who's too cocky, but in a fun way. And seeing the way the refrigerator is, they're making me think of like you should spend time reminding yourself or like reminding yourself of what you were like when you were young, what you dreamt of, what you drew, what you wrote about, what was fun and silly for you. I don't know if you do this, but this is something I do. I'm a very sentimental person, so I keep everything in like my life. And I love going back, especially like because I'm an artist, I have like old drawings, right? I'll go back through my old drawings that I thought were like a masterpiece of history, right? When I was little, and I look at it now and I laugh because they're great for my age, but not great for me me now because there was a big difference in how I viewed it back then and how I see it now and how much I've grown, right? So if you have any of these sentimental pieces like that, they're telling me you should go back through those because you're gonna feel nostalgic, reminisce, and it's actually gonna make your heart feel like it's melting a little bit, and that's it. That they're telling me that's like a call you need again. You need to be called back to look through these things just so you can like reshift your mind back to where it needs to be and put your heart back where it needs to be. Yep, I do need to do that. Oh, good. Okay, let's move on to a couple more cards. Spirit had a lot to say. They threw out 3 cards. Hopefully they put it in order for me this time. Okay. Oh, the next one is love. So there's common themes of partnerships and love in your reading. I often don't do love readings because I'm bad at it, to be frank. But there's a lot of subtle hints of love and partnership. I'm gonna call it in the air for you. Let's see. Love is a many splendored thing. Today I will notice and appreciate at least 3 of those splendors. Excuse me. Like the fact that puppies make me feel like a parent, or the surge of self-congratulation I feel when I sink a 3-point trash basket shot on the first try. I love those feelings. It's so fun. Um, or how about the chills when I get while singing along to, and then name the one you get the chills for when you sing along to it. And this is the card here. It says play song here at the bottom. They're telling me singing is actually very constructive for you too. Like it makes you feel good. They're making me think it's like your escape from reality a little bit, and it's like it brings you back to earth when you're stressed is when you're singing. Yes. And I'm hearing my birdies and I see the birdies in this card, so I don't know if birdies are significant in any way to you. Okay, they want me to play both of these. So next card is letting go. I don't dwell on bad things that happen. I let things go because I have enough heavy things to carry around. And also, grudges aren't a great look. You've got too much baggage and you need to let some of it go. Next card immediately fell with that one, and it says magic. I believe in magic. I see the evidence of it all the time, and though the tricks can probably be explained away by something sensible and ordinary, I'd rather not ruin the fun. Other people who can fill their days with mere coincidence, I'll fill mine with holy crap, that's unbelievable for this card. And that's true. It makes a huge difference depending on the perspective you look at. You know, um, someone could ruin the fun. You know, they say the phrase like a magician never reveals their secrets because, you know, it's a wondrous thing when it happens and you're like, how'd you do that? But that's part of the fun because you don't know how they did it. And then when they reveal the trick to you and teach you how to do it, you're like, oh, and then it's so disappointing. So like perspective matters and don't push certain things in directions they're not meant to go in. Uh, Next card is power, and I feel the need to play one more. Power makes me think that you feel like someone has power over you. It definitely feels like there's just someone who's not on the same page as you. You guys don't vibe together. You're not in the same like-mindedness at all. You guys are on totally different sides of the spectrum. And honestly, both of the two of you need to realize you're just not going to come to an agreement at all, depending on whatever this is. You're both, like, I'm being told you're not necessarily stuck in your ways. I'm being told you have an open mindedness and compassion to understand another perspective. But they're also telling me you should learn in this moment for whatever this position is that, you know, you've grown, right? You've grown past certain things, and you're at a point now where you've actually started outgrowing other people, and you in your life are on the next chapter, and this person, whoever this may be, they're still growing. They have not learned their current life lesson to move on to their next chapter yet. So you're on a different level now than this person. Power. I am strong, I am grounded, I am powerful. I am like a cross between a dinosaur and a tank, but not a tank that is used for war. I am like a peaceful, living dino tank who feels so strong it doesn't need to do anything but be. I see. And then we have Story of My Life. It's the last card of this deck that I'm playing for you. And then we'll get on to the other decks. Story of my life. As I tell my life story of what's happening in my life, I choose to make it the kind of story where even though parts have been, sorry, I read that wrong. I choose to make it the kind of story where even the tough parts have a sort of inner beauty. I see beauty a lot in your reading. I mentioned geisha earlier. I feel like there's, I mentioned painting, beauty, I even, a lot of similar things along those lines. So maybe beauty is a field you should look into, or they're showing me like vanity mirrors now. Maybe something with mirrors. Let's see. It's ultimately a happy story where every character, no matter how wicked, is doing their best. Okay, if that matches with what I just said about the two different levels. And let me tell you, it'll be worth it when I earn the Pulitzer Prize for Best Inner Monologue. So, like, if you compare this with like the two people that I just mentioned, right? This one, the snake with the roses, is you. You've outgrown and you've grown higher than you were before, and this person's still down here. They're confused by your gesture. And like in this card specifically, right? This is predator and prey. So like there's a confusion, a wall, and a very strong misunderstanding here because like this snake's like, I've grown and I don't want to eat you. I want to be your friend. And then this little mouse is like, why are you giving me flowers? You are trying to trick me into believing you want to be friends just to eat me. Like, those are two very different perspectives, right? And that's like very much coming in with this conflict that you have going on. Take a drink real quick. I'm drawn to Spirit Animals Oracle next. And I felt this when I grabbed the deck to choose from. For you, I feel like you actually very much vibe with spirit animals. You're very like spiritual animal enthusiast, spirit animal enthusiast. At least that's the vibe I get from this. And when I picked the deck out for you, that picture explained it perfectly. Yeah, definitely. It's funny because that wasn't what I thought at first when I said it, but spirit says messages that need to be heard at the time, and I say what I need to say in that moment. All right, let's say some spirit animal cards for you next. Okay, we have B. I'm sorry, I'm stuffy all of a sudden. Of course, I have no tissues down. All right, sorry. B community. You are a powerful creator. Your work blesses everything you touch. Be open to receiving sweetness. You are the queen of abundance. This makes me feel like strong pride. You're proud of where you've come in life and where you're going. Like this also feels like this is very much you. And this feels like, they're saying Queen Bee. This reminds me of the Empress card as well, actually. Like they make both of these make me feel like this is your overall energy. Stay in that energy, that's good for you. But like be active with your mind in terms of the direction and path you want to go in. Just be, what's the word? Be conscious of your decisions, basically. And I'm sorry, I'll be right back. I need to get a tissue. I grabbed a few too, so I don't have to get up again. All right. I'm sorry if I'm out of breath. I have to go upstairs, and I'm a little asthmatic child. So, well, asthmatic adult, whatever. We all have an inner child. Okay. Let's play another one. Again, that B card, I'm going to show you again. And they're making me draw. You are a powerful creator, and they're making me think of the phrase creator of your own life as well. I'm also seeing the sunflowers. I don't know if the sunflowers are significant to you in any particular way. And then they're making me reiterate the last phrase. You are the queen of abundance. And I mentioned earlier that you kind of already had a lot of abundance. Or at least in your past section. I'm hearing the word like well off in certain ways, but like even the most wealthiest of people still have problems, okay? And a lot of people, they misunderstand that because, they forget that those people are human too. They have feelings too. They have problems just like everybody else. And a lot of people forget that. So, dear love, be gentle with yourself. You heal with the power of love. See the light in all things. Acknowledge your self-worth and grace. I mentioned grace earlier, being someone with grace. And not really, not someone showing a lot of grace because I can't think of the other word at the moment. But this also makes me think of a couple. There's like subtle hints of love in your reading, so maybe it's gonna come up soon if you're not already. Or if you are already, maybe there's like something that's going to be growing a little more in terms of your love life. I think I'll do two more animal cards. I also feel like you're very drawn to the white-tailed deer. If not, then they're telling me that you should look up meanings of the white-tailed deer for yourself. Dragon. Supernatural. This makes me think of I would have said dragon tattoo, but it makes me think of little dragon statues, honestly, like the ones you see in like those shops, very detailed dragon artworks, uh, statues, structures, and so on. Dragon, supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny. Rise with dignity. Be dignified. Maybe in the future. Yeah, there's subtle hints there. It's not strong, it is faint, but it's definitely there. So there's something's brewing. And if it does happen, I'd love to know. But no jinxing. We'll wait and see how things go. So far, it's subtle hints. It feels like something's brewing. They're telling me it doesn't matter if it hasn't happened yet or if it's nobody you know right now. It's coming or it will be coming eventually. Ooh. And last card for this Spirit Animals deck is Butterfly. Rebirth. You can reinvent yourself, open to the rewards of change. You have brilliance to share with the world. Love every part of your journey. Even the difficult ones. For some reason, in my camera looking at this, makes me think of gems like diamonds and crystals and stuff for some reason. And I said vanity mirror earlier, so like maybe you're someone who likes to dress up and feel good. Like that's you. And it's seen a little weird for some people because they're like, where are you going? Because they think you're going to a special event and you're like, I'm just being myself. Because it makes you feel good to wear those things. And honestly, you should just embrace yourself. That's all that matters in your life is you. So, and then, I kept mentioning like trans or transition and transformation could be the meaning over all of those words, and metamorphosis, like metamorphing into a new you. All right. And we're going to go on to this deck next, Shaman Dream. And then we'll play the angel cards last. And the angel cards I will end up using the way I said I was going to, in a way where it's going to be like specific words, which will be just like overall meanings for you. And then just kind of like piece those together, like solid last word messages, if that makes sense. But for now, I'm going to play these these cards and then the angel deck for you. I'm so stuffy right now. Get some fresh air. Get some fresh air in this stagnant house. Okay. All right. Let's play most additional messages. Okay. Is that right for some reason? Mm-hmm. I should play 3 cards from this deck particularly. Okay, the top card might be something. We have dances on one foot, balancing act, but they actually had it in reverse for me. Or, I mean, for you. It was placed in reverse for me, for you. So balancing on one foot, so they're making me think that, like, previously, like, even before this, like, reading and coming in, you felt like you're, like, walking on eggshells. And, you felt like you were walking on eggshells, but now the perspective's changed and it feels like that's no longer a problem. So, and I see the card is number 9, that's in reverse to a 6. 9 is ending, and 6 is love. So I see that reversed now. And then we have beloved radical acceptance for the next card. It feels very self-explanatory, and they're reminding me to tell you to have that passion, to bring up that passion for yourself. And then we have falling angels, spiritual narcolepsy, and this is also in reverse. So it feels like things have finally been coming to light now versus before. Like it felt like you were stuck in kind of like a cloudy limbo, and now like it feels a little less of a burden now than it did before. And then Fool's Embrace, transmuting the pain to be something more productive. And Magician's Sword, confidence is your magic. You've had a lot of swords and magic related things, and the word confidence often has come up in your reading during this session. And now we're going to play the last set of cards for you. They're so tiny, by the way. Yeah, also giving myself more grace. Yes. Right, we have relaxation. I said you need to feel comfortable in your own skin, right? And feeling comfortable in your own home. You know, you need to relax. Find ways to help you relax. Remember your roots. I'm being told to tell you to remember your roots. And what I said about like looking back at your old things and see how you've grown, how far you've come, and how you've changed as a person. Okay, it feels like they don't want me to shuffle this, so this must be part of it. We have adventure, celebration. Okay, and you also had Empress card, so I feel like I don't know. I feel like good news might be coming your way, or a new message. This looks like a cool place. Thank you. I've been slowly building it up. I've only been streaming since like the middle of March, so feel like I'm doing all right so far. All right, I'm gonna play these last. So we have these. Feel like these are solid messages for you, Pum Pum. We have patience. I'm being told to say divine timing, okay, and intention. Set your intentions. Thank you for the follow. All right, Pum Pum. That makes it for your reading. Do you feel like it answered your questions? And do you have any additional questions? Do you feel like it resonated and so on? If you don't mind me asking. Thank you. You're very welcome. Yes, it did. Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. No questions. Perfect. That's the best answer always, right? Okay, I'm gonna pack this up a little bit and collect my energy and move on to the next person. So it's my first time actually using this spot. Let's see if it works well. Who's next in line? There's nobody in queue. Oh no, there it is. Okay, little maybe. Hey, all right. Hi. Okay, I had a people leave before. Oh, wait, what? All right, give me just a minute. I just want to double check some stuff first while I put some things away. Whew. All right. Just pop out. Be nice if I could actually, see it. So, yeah. Okay, give me just a second. Sorry. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. All right. I just want to make sure it's working right. Okay, let me finish putting some stuff away. But while I do that, what's your name? Little matey. Your name is so fun to say. Do you want to choose your decks, or would you like me to choose them intuitively for you first while I'm getting this set back up? Okay, great. And do you want a general reading or anything specific? I personally find that general readings often answer the questions anyway, in my personal opinion. I also, yeah, actually, yeah, that's, I feel like that's all I need to say. Never mind. Um, Thanks for stopping by. Yes, I know you said you weren't best at vlogs, and maybe because I was going in with the intention if anyone in my university saw me from the perspective of it. I can try and see what comes through. I just can't promise anything specific or what you want to hear is all. If you're open to that, then I'll try my best. But otherwise, I'll say what'll come up in your reading anyway. If that works for you, I think maybe a concentration on how I can get over the fear of just taking action sometimes. Oh, that's very specific. All right, I can work with that. Ah, crap! I forgot to put that away. Was silly of me. Myself for a minute and disconnect from the first reading. Quick. I'm sorry, I'm so stuck. I'm having a day, I guess. Pardon me. I feel so much better. All right. Okay, great. All right, I'm just gonna take a second and ground myself with my fancy little wall. Thank you for joining the queue. I'm for all who are in here and have joined the queue, I do tend to do in-depth readings the most, so it might be a little while, just to let you know ahead of time. Depending on how late it gets, I'll let you know who will be last, and I'll close the queue up when the time comes, because I do work tomorrow. But for now, it'll stay open. I just want to let everybody know ahead of time. Okay. All right. Have some more okay. All right. Little Mitty. It was so fun to say. All these pirates. What deck is best for you? You know, I wish I had a pirate themed deck. It'd be so perfect. All right. I'm drawn to the Divine Tarot Oracle deck for you to start with. Banana White. Hello, welcome in. Oh, Banana. I'm just gonna call you Vanna. Banana? I'm gonna call you Vanna if that's alright. Thank you for stopping in. Okay, great. Sacred Traveler card for you. Let's see what else. All right, I have a Talking to the Heaven deck that I'm drawn to for you. So there's a passed on loved one who wants to give you messages. Um, this is a weird message to start with, but they're like, I don't know why off the top. So it feels like maybe this person is a very sassy personality. Oh, and before I was ready to start your reading, I was having a moment of uh I was causing myself difficulties, like how do I explain this? The solution is so simple, but you're choosing the hardest direction possible to get there. Is like what it started with. I do that to myself all the time. OMFG real. Okay, and then Moonology deck. And I feel pretty satisfied with this selection for you. Actually, I'm gonna do one more deck that I'm choosing to add to it in the end, and it's gonna be this is called my Buddha Wisdom Shakti Power deck, and I like to use this deck as literally the power message. So I read the quote at the bottom, and that like is the message, is the quote at the bottom of the card, and I'll play this last for you. Okay. So, as I say with everyone, I should really make like a little thing on my profile for this so I don't have to repeat myself all the time. But I do that anyway, so it shouldn't matter actually. So, any tarot decks I have, tarot often is very specific, so I like to do my own interpretation of the cards first, and then I'll read from either the Dex book, or I'll read from the book on my phone, Ultimate Tarot. That's crazy. Crazy. Buddhism has been coming up in my life a lot recently. Oh, that's so fascinating. Oh, interesting. I might be heading that direction myself. I am a spiritualist in terms of my own personal belief. I have no bias towards anyone else and their beliefs. My boyfriend is he practices a very specific branch, but it's a stem of Buddhism, and we talk about like future marriage and stuff if I'm willing to be within the religion, and I told him I'm only acceptant of it if it accepts my beliefs with it, and it does, so we worked it out. But it's interesting that you say that. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering for some reason. Okay, let's play some tarot for you to start with. My socket's falling off. I feel very distracted right now. I don't know if you're someone who struggles with ADHD or like you're kind of all over the place all the time, but that's kind of the energy I've got going on at the moment. I've never really felt strong or anything about religion, and it's funny, it's come up in a lot of conversations practice-wise. Yeah. I will let you know I don't sugarcoat anything, so anything comes up in your reading is something you do need to hear, but I will be polite about it. Most of the time. I won't promise all the time. um, yeah, so like Buddhism is technically a religion. However, a lot of people do practices of Buddhism even if they're not religious. Nah, be brutal, that's fine. Okay, great. I'm just gonna shuffle this a little bit more. I'm often right now in the moment also feeling like I just need to breathe. Like you need to take a moment to breathe. You're always going and you're never stopping. I feel like these are part of the messages for you before even starting your cards. Oh yeah, I feel so much better now. That was definitely a message. Okay, let's play some cards for you. This way. Also, when I place the cards, eventually I'll have a setup where you guys can see the cards too, but now is not the time for that. So I'll just show you the cards as I do the reading. I place them down where I don't see what they look like yet until I'm ready to start. Just so you know. So I haven't seen these. I'm going to place them first. I'm being told four of these tarot cards should be enough for you, but if more falls out, then I'll take what falls. I work with what I found out recently is apparently called jumpers. I like to shuffle the deck, and then whatever magnetically comes out is what I pull. Okay. So, first card is Ace of Wands in reverse. Lack of focus of direction is the first thing, which makes sense with like the ADHD, but also you know, I felt the need to breathe and tell you that like you don't stop to breathe. So, they're making me think of like time crunch, and maybe you're feeling rushed and pressured because you need this. Like it feels like you strongly need it and you feel a lot of pressure for yourself to get it. It specifically makes me think of work. I don't know, maybe if you're unemployed or you're like the lack of the direction part is like you don't know where you want to go, but you know you want to go somewhere. You just don't know where yet. That's kind of all the vibes I'm getting from this reverse card so far. I'm also drawn to the flowers at the top. Maybe put some flowers around you or have some arrangements in your life of some sort. I have recently quit my job from the toxic and tiring environment. Okay, so you are in that. All right. So, yeah, it feels like, okay, so it makes sense then with your confirmation of what I was just saying in terms of like unemployment, feeling rushed and pressured to get things. And then before I even began, I said you need to stop and breathe. This might be a moment like still look for work, but also take this time, like, it's a good time for you to relax and actually breathe and resettle in and find yourself once again. Like this is a moment you need to like not for self-reflection. I'm being told you don't need self-reflection, but you need moments to yourself. Like you need to have this moment to yourself. So don't immediately rush into something new because of pressure and money, which can obviously be very difficult, you know, considering circumstances, right? But honestly, that's resistant energy, and having the resistant energy can actually prolong the process. So even if it's a few days or a week, just take a break. Take a break first. Calm yourself, resettle in, collect yourself again. You now know, right? Because of the environment, you quit your job before. And trust me, I understand this because I've been there. You know, there was unfair treatment in the workplace. And when it came to be my turn where I actually needed something, you know, to like I needed to be considered, like, and my body was wearing down, and then I was basically like scolded for that. And I had enough and I gave a verbal 2 weeks notice in that moment. And technically, like logically, that's not a smart decision, right? Because now suddenly I'm jobless. But it felt so right for me. And I feel like you're in that moment, but also take this moment to like actually spend time for you now because you were just in a lot of that toxic environment, so that's still surrounding you. So trying to rush into something new, you're going to end up putting yourself in the same position again instead of resettling into something you actually want. So take a break to start with first. Take a break to start with first. Okay, so that was a lot for that one card. I'm gonna read from the book for you too. It did play in reverse, but I'm gonna show it upright so you can see what it looks like. Not too far in the wrong direction. Too far in the wrong direction. Excuse me. What number was it? Oh, pace. One. It was number one. There it is. Okay. Just so you can see it better. Right? It says the magic paintbrush. China, Chinese folktale. The Ace of Wands represents inspiration, a sudden creative force. The magic paintbrush embodies these qualities with passion and daring. The magical moment right before the ink hits the paper and all dreams and possibilities are within reach. So it was reversed. It says delays, bad news, a creative block, wasted talent. And, you know, I ended up interpreting this card first, and I feel like it matches with what you said. So I feel like that's the overall message, and this is placed in your past position as well. Also, I was told that 4 cards should be enough for you, and in numerology, 4 stands for structure and stability. And that seems to be what you're seeking guidance for from what I get out of it. Actually, I know you mentioned that you wanted to kind of do like a love reading or a fear of taking action. I'll see if I have some messages for you, maybe in the oracle card side of that, but for now, this is what comes up for you, if that's all right. Okay, next card is King of Coins. I actually haven't faced this card yet, and I actually really love it because it reminds me of the Earth Turtle and like the Avatar: The Last Airbender. I really love that show. I'm also drawn to the little like tribal necklace pendant thing, and it makes me feel like makes me think of like a bone necklace. And it makes me feel like a strong affinity for it, like it's something that's really cherished. Or like it feels protective, like a talisman, a protecting talisman, or protective talisman. I see the tree that's growing on the turtle's back. You know, every area of life has growth. And I am seeing the roots that are also going down, and eventually the roots are going to meet the turtle. So, to show the card again. And the moon behind the tree, like, really lights up the tree. Like, this is, you know, the tree is the high, even though the turtle is the largest in the picture or of the tarot card itself, to me, like, the tree is the highlight of the card because it's the one that stands out most. And it's identifying and recognizing the importance of that. I'm being told to say person of that person. I'm very drawn to flowers. So far, there's been flowers on your cards so far. So maybe that's an advice. You need to get some flowers. Flowers is a positive, it makes people feel good. Even yourself, whether it's flowers for you or someone else, flowers is wonderful. All right, King of Coins. Being told that you've had a lot of advice given to you already, and some messages you already know and have been told, and you haven't taken the advice seriously yet, or you haven't chosen to do the things you've been given advice for yet. So let's see. Hanuna, the world turtle. Oh, I was right. Okay. North America, I think it's Iroquois mythology. I think that's how you say it. The King of Coins represents stability and faithfulness. The world turtle is strong enough to support the weight of others' hopes and dreams. He may not be an active participant in their lives, but he is always dependable, slow, and steady. They're telling me to say the phrase slow and steady wins the race. I'm also being told do not be annoying. Like don't be pushy. Don't be pushy. Let's see. Upright position for this. It says success, dependability, conservatism, strong will, and willing to work. They're making me think of hard work. So, they're also making me think like if you are looking for work, first take a break. They're telling me you need a break. Like, you need a break from all the toxicity. Maybe you should go out in nature or do something a little fun that you've never done before, or explore a new subject of some sort first. Um, just to get your mind and emotions out of that and like to shed that negative energy off of you. I'm being told you should take a trip, whether it's a day trip, a car ride, whatever it is, they're telling me you need to take a trip. Um, and then let's see. Oh, right. They slow and steady wins the race, and don't be pushy. So like a lot of people end up getting like good results if they check in on things, right? So like I feel like this message is more towards the romantic side, not the work side, but I'm gonna use a work scenario. So like when you're looking for jobs, right, and you apply to ones that sound interesting to you, I'm also being told to give you this advice because it's something I experienced myself and realized. Do not apply for jobs you don't want, okay? Because there's a high chance you could get hired for those jobs, but you don't want them to begin with. So instead, focus your intentions on the jobs you do want. There's a chance they'll say no, but there might be one in the bunch that you apply to that you do want that might give you the chance you're looking for. So, like, I feel like you're being pressured to apply as many jobs as possible. There's no direction there. You just want to make the money, get the money because you're worried about money, right? You can't be thinking that way because it's still the toxic environment hovering around you. You're in a lack mindset. You're not relaxing. You're overstressing and overthinking. You're also forcing yourself and your energy to go in a field you don't want to actually be in when you do that. So it might be difficult and challenging, but even try applying to jobs you think you might like to do, even if you don't have experience, to see if they're willing to train you. Like find positions, jobs, and places, and just say, "Hey, I'm looking for work, and I find it interesting to start here." And that doesn't work for everybody, but every now and then there might be someone who's like, "All right, I'll train you," because I'm being told to say it this way. You're fresh meat and they can train you the way they want you to be trained, instead of like people who are already set in their ways. So like keep that in mind when you're looking for jobs in the future. And in terms of the romantic setting, because I was using, it's like a mix of, like, this message is a mix of both. So they're like saying, you know, if you're too pushy, you can actually push them away from you because they're like, okay, this person's being really persistent and I don't want that around. And that kind of feels like that's an important message in terms of your romantic life. Don't be too pushy because you might push them away. But it's okay to check in occasionally. Like if you end up confessing, right? You can give this person time to think about their feelings. So they'll either know it in the moment, I'm going to say prepare for an answer you don't want so you can emotionally protect yourself, right? Um, but if they say they need time to think about it first, give them that time and space and they'll take the time to think about it properly. And then after a little bit, you can go up and be like, "Hey, do you have an answer for me yet? I'm just curious." And then they might by then know their answer. But if you ask them, like let's say in a week's time, right? You confess and then you give them like up to a week to think about it, and then after the week you ask, right? And you check in and then they finally give you an answer. But if you confess and then ask every single day until that last day when they finally give you an answer, that's really pushy. And they're probably going to be like, "Nah, I don't see it." So that's like a very important thing coming up that they're showing me in terms of like romanticizing in the romantic area to start with. And they're saying that don't don't see this message as discouragement, see it more like advice. See it purely as advice and just keep it in mind when the time comes and you have the courage to do it. It's okay to be scared. Just be courageous while you're scared. You know, be brave while you're scared. Those are perfectly normal and human feelings. Okay, so yeah, that was that one. Let's move on to the next card. Ten of Swords. Okay. The first word that came to mind when I flipped it over was the word betrayal. It gives me a lot of mental anguish. Maybe you had a betrayal in the past, so you had difficulty like fully understanding and trusting others because of what happened. They're showing me like images of someone who was bullied by someone they cared for. So like they're showing me like someone who cared for someone else really deeply, but this person that they really cared strongly for betrayed them in a way where they like ended up being horrible to them. They treated them meanly. They said horrible things that just isn't true about basically you as a person and as a character overall. I'm also very drawn to I'm drawn to the knife. And in this image, it's a very violent image, to be honest. They cut off the fingertips in this image, if I show you closely. Right? This is the knife. There's blood all over the boat. And if you look at the hands, the fingers are all gone. Fingertips. So it feels like I don't want to say physical abuse. It doesn't I don't get vibes from that, but it gives me a lot of mental anguish. Maybe like I'm hearing the word narcissism and I'm hearing manipulation. I see all the daggers piercing the body too. It feels like there's like multiple wounds that haven't healed. So it also makes me think that it's like that's part of the fear. That's why you're scared because of experiences you've gone through. And you're afraid of it happening again, which it makes sense because this is actually coinciding with the work field that you're mentioning too. Like you're afraid of this happening again, but make sure you're taking the steps to prevent it from happening again. Because if you just rush into things and you just want it for the sake of wanting it and not actually like considering why you want it, then things won't go the direction you're hoping for them to go into. So I'm going to read from the book for this now, Ten of Swords. So Ten of Swords, Sedna, Canada, Inuit mythology. The Ten of Swords represents backstabbing and betrayal. Oh, nice. I was on par. All right. Well, not nice, but I was on par about the betrayal. So Sedna's father pushes her from his kayak and chops off her fingers when she tries to cling to his boat. She sinks to the bottom of the ocean and becomes consumed with wrath, eternally seeking revenge. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Upright position, which is how it was placed, is bitterness, betrayal, rock bottom, martyrdom, and severing ties. Severing ties sticks out. You need to disconnect yourself from particular situations or people. They're showing me something like you have specific beliefs about yourself because of what other people said, and you need to disconnect that. That is not like often this came up in a reading I did like a couple of weeks ago. Often people who say specific things about you, which can be insulting, demeaning, or mean, are usually just a projection that they're doing. Like it's a projection of themselves onto you. That is actually not you, and if you truly don't feel that way, then it's probably not you anyway. I think this might be referring and affecting to a lot of my social circle at uni, as well as I'm having a difficult time connecting with them. Okay. Would you know anything specific that someone has said I need to disconnect? I may not realize. Hmm. Anything specific? I'll see if I can place some word cards for you, but I'll do it later in the reading. because nothing's coming up right now, but I'll see what comes up. I'll try my best to answer. I can't promise anything specific because readings are often usually spirit talking, and they usually do messages you need to hear at the time. But they do make me think of bullying. Like bullying is a big thing that's a common thing around you. It makes me think of two things. One, it's making me think of the movie Mean Girls and like how people say things behind your back. Some I mentioned earlier in your reading, this is drawn to what's on the turtle's back. It made me think of a talisman and like a bone necklace that is I don't want to say comforting, but like feels important. So maybe consider protective talismans of some sort. Yeah, that's what I got so far. And let's play your last card of tarot that came out. I think I'm gonna draw the top card of the deck too, but I'm gonna play the last one I've actually shuffled first. Ah, we have the Hermit in reverse, and there's the White Stag I'm drawn to first. The White Stag is significant in meanings. This is very weird, but it also makes me think of Harry Potter in that moment. Like in the moment he sees it, right? It's the Hermit in reverse. It's one of the major arcana cards. The Hermit usually means like you should go reflect inward, right? And spend time alone and be a little hermit, right? That's usually what it means, inward. But the Hermit is now moving forward. He's stepping out of his comfort zone. He's moving to new directions and he's taking a step into a new path. It's also facing this way and it's in your future side. So it's like telling you to look towards the future, but don't be stuck there. Don't be stuck in only thinking of the future. Look towards it, make small goals leading up to it. But also remember that you live here in the now and you need to spend time for you as well. So let's see. The Hermit is a major arcana. What number are you? You are 9. 9. Oh, I was already open to it. Okay, so Druid and the White Stag. Oh, nice. Ireland Celtic legend. Okay, the Hermit represents solitude and leaving responsibilities behind to focus inward. In Celtic myth, the elusive white stag. I was drawn to the white stag, so this message is important. The elusive white stag encourages people to drop everything and pursue spirituality. And I mentioned the Buddha deck, and so did you, so it might be incorporate with that. And it was in reversed. So the reverse meaning also mattered. We have recklessness, hastiness. Hastiness felt like a strong theme in your reading. Avoidance, loneliness, and rejection. Rejection sticks out because of fear. And avoidance, you feel like you're an avoidance type. Like you avoid conflict, you avoid confrontation, you try your best to avoid a lot of things. And they're also giving me an image of like someone who's like shy and timid. It's got like their head up and they're like, don't talk to me. They're giving me that image. But like, come out of your shell a little bit. You don't have to feel like you're always on guard. Welcome in. Yes, this in. Yes, this is my turn. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, and I'm going to play the last card, or the top of the deck card. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse position. Okay. So there's a lot of like little tribal themes going on too. So I don't know if there's significance in terms of like tribes, native, indigenous, or any kind of like old traditions. Old traditions. Saying that out loud makes me think that's what it is. Old traditions is important. But Wheel of Fortune in reverse, you know, you're currently in the cycle of, well, to put frankly, you're currently in the cycle of crap. So the only way to go from here now is up, because the Wheel of Fortune is a cycle, right? It's constantly turning. So since it's already down, it's going to turn itself back up. Just have to give it some time. I think I do show that energy of shy to the world, but I don't feel it a lot, I guess. I don't know. Well, keeping it real, you know. And then let's see, what's the bottom of the deck energy? Bottom of the deck energy is the Lovers. Lifting it like this, it's in reverse, but it feels like it's an upright card. So Lovers is here. So I'm hearing the word trial and error, and I'm still seeing the flowers. So flowers, roses, lavenders, a bouquet of flowers. That's really sticking out the most, honestly. By the way, I'm doing a musical theater course at uni to let you know if that's anything. Oh, okay. It wouldn't be Beauty of the Beast, would it? Okay, let's move on to your Oracle deck. Like, steady, guys. You leave that beast alone. He's beautiful. Like steady wise. Yeah, oh, you study musicals? Oh, musical theater. Oh, fun. Okay. He was thick. I'm thick too. It's okay. All right, so these feel like advice cards for you. We have choosing your path, all is possible. Overcoming obstacles. You can overcome anything. You're looking too much about your past. You're stuck in the past. Your mind has to get over the past. To start with, look beyond the horizon. They're telling me you're creating the boulders in your way, like you're putting them there to cause yourself problems. You don't need to be doing that. The solution is so simple. Staying focused, hold the course. This makes me think of what you just said in terms of studying the musical theater. That feels like a good place for you. So this feels like a confirmation card for you, staying focused and hold the course. Also, I'm gay, so love wise, it's MLN. Okay. Love who you want to love. But that would okay. I'm a heterosexual. Well, according to my friend, I'm demi, but I'm I'm on the straight side. So they like to call me their token straight friend, but I have a lot of gay friends. And when the spirit's telling me something, she's like they're reminding me of something she said to me. She said sometimes it's hard to tell when it's same sex interest, right? Same love interest in terms of the same gender sex, because it's hard to see if they're on the same page, right? I'm being told you can easily just be very straightforward about it. Like they're telling me if you're afraid to ask specifically, right? Because you're not sure and you're afraid of the rejection because of your sexuality, right? They're saying instead of starting there, just ask first. You know, we live in a life in modern day now where gay is becoming way more open, right? So like the I'm a very straightforward person, so I don't mean to insult you in any way. If I do, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna say it how I would normally say it, even to my closest friends. I'm I'm surrounded by gays, okay? So they're everywhere, right? So I personally feel like it's just so easy just to ask someone. Just ask them directly about it and they'll answer you yes or no. And then you can make your decision moving forward based on their answer. If they say yes, go for it. If they say no, be like, oh, well, I was really attracted to you, and you can compliment them, and then you can simply move on, right? Yep, it's difficult, and I do get scared about asking. Yeah, so Spirit's telling me for your particular situation, you should be straightforward about it. You don't have to ask first. Like, you don't have to ask in terms of relationship, partnership first, in terms of confession. You don't need to confess first. Instead, just straight up ask if they're like LGBTQ. Like, just ask that question and see what they say. Because, you know, there's lots of people who aren't, but they're like, no, but I'm a huge supporter of it. Like, you know, and let's say they end up being straight, right? And they're like, no, I'm a huge supporter. Now you've made a really new close friend. So like I would be a very direct approach if I were you. That they're telling me that's the best suitable option for you at this time. Fogged in, go slow and take time. This is reiterating what I said. You're like always on the go. You're never stopping. The ADHD. You feel rushed and pressured. Take a break, man. Take a break. You deserve it. It's stressful, but the break's gonna really help you relax and like resettle yourself and refocus. You're calm down. You're gonna let things go in that moment. Like take this time for you. You can set a specific amount of days for you if you want. Because honestly, you're gonna spend time looking for work anyway. You might as well enjoy some days off and actually relax. Miracles. Expect the wondrous to emerge. They're telling me you need a little more fun in your life. Have some more fun. They're also telling me you're inside a little too much. You should go outside a little more often. And then they say, and in the flow, everything is smooth sailing. Um, this is like Santa's sleigh in the card, but it makes me think of the Fool in the tarot deck, and it makes me think of like what do they call it? The hobo sack on the stick. It makes me think of packing up and a new getting ready for a new place, new environment, new direction. Just packing up your stuff and leaving is like, but it feels positive. It feels like maybe it's something you'll consider in the future, or maybe it's like, maybe you see something better coming along the way down the line, and it's an opportunity for you to take, and it'd be good for you. This card wants to come out, so we'll do this as the last card, I think, for this deck, and then we have couple others. We have crossing bridges. It's time for healing, connecting, mending, and releasing. Yeah, so this is another confirmation card. You need to relax. You need to take a break and take a proper break. Like, don't be thinking about what you need to do. Stop thinking. Just take a break. Have fun. Do nothing. Do everything you want to do that doesn't involve over responsibility. Like, you need a break. It's another confirmation card, in my opinion. That's it for that deck. I'm going to move on to the next one. They're telling me to play the Talking to Heaven card for you next. It feels like a feminine energy. It feels like a woman. She feels like she's, I don't want to call her short, but on the shorter side. Um, she's saying I'm someone who was shrinking, or I shrunk. Maybe she's older, like in old age, she got smaller, even though she wasn't short to begin with, she became shorter, or maybe like a hunched over back a little bit. I'm hearing the word grandma. Feel free to let me know if it resonates with you. I'm getting goosebumps. I feel like it's like half right or it's close. So let's see what comes up. That's the overall energy I'm getting, or maybe it's someone who's like very mature and looking out for you, but it feels like feminine energy. She's passed away. Yeah. Oh, my first raiders from my friend Bryn. Hi, Bryn. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. It's my first raid. Welcome in. Hello. Hello. You're first. Yes, it's my first raid. I'm honored. We'll put you on the wall of honor. I'm doing, I forgot the name already. It's so fun to say. I'm doing Little Matey's reading. Thank you for the follow. OMG, perfect. I know who this is. I think probably my great nan. LOL, as my grandmas haven't passed. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's like your great grandmother. Yes, I'm gonna pay attention to Raiders real quick because I'm out of focus at the moment. Only 10 more until 50. Oh, really? I haven't looked. Hooray! Thank you. Ren bringing all the hype and love to our dear darling. Darkling. Oh, thank you. Yes. Yay, maths. Hooray. Yes, if there's anyone in here who I do in-depth readings, I'm currently on Little Matey's reading. It takes me a little while, so if you do add to the queue, it might be a while because I do in-depth readings, but if you'd like one, feel free to add yourself to the queue by exclamation point and join. Okay, I'm gonna get back to focus for Little Matey's readings. Okay, so Great Nan. Yeah, that feels stronger for me because the Goosebumps at first was only half the body. That's why I said it felt close, but not quite right. It felt very close. And now it feels higher. We love you. If you need to go back to the reading, I warned them. Thank you. Yes, it definitely takes a lot of energy and focus. Okay, so actually, a card fell out as I was shuffling while the Raiders came in. First one is I have a new understanding. They're making me think, she's making me think of a new pursuit and school, and it's a lot of mixed messages about your school. So I feel like what you're currently studying is something you like, you enjoy it, you want to continue. But it also feels like there's something else that you can apply for is not the word I'm looking for, but like another course that might interest you, and you should keep an open mind to it. Or if there's a club to join, you should join that club. That might interest you. Okay, next card is It Was My Time to Go. I'm really drawn to the image of the beach specifically. The beach, I feel like, was significant, or that might have been an area that was relaxing to you, listening to the ocean, smelling the seaweed, and feeling the ocean breeze on your face with your toes between the sand. Just feeling each element of things that remind you of the ocean, like bringing your focus to different things: smell, sight, feeling, all the senses. Senses. I will always give you a goodnight kiss. And I feel like I want to play the top card here. I am learning over here. There's more books. And they're making me think of the library as well. There might be some books you should look into. And as I said that, the card I flipped over is I'm surrounded by loving animals. So I don't know if maybe animals or something with animals is something of interest to you. Tries to push on a toe between his hands. I'm sorry, I said it backwards. Many of us are artists in here. I bet we can make it work. I want to get a dog when I'm older. Oh, okay. Oh, another card fell out. I'm just a thought away. This feels like it was a very close bond with this person, and she wants to reiterate. She's like, if you need me, I'm here. Like, I'll listen to you and your troubles and your struggles. I'll do my best to give you advice. When the time comes, you'll see it in specific messages, thought patterns, such as thinking of something like it's a new epiphany. There is no such thing as death, and I am with the rest of the family. Were her final messages. It's been a hecking heck of a week so far. Brain is 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 that good because you've been busy or bad because the brain is Play-Doh? Sounds like you need a rest too. Okay. So now I'm going to move on to the Moonology cards. I feel like before I even play them for you, little matey, is that it's going to be a mix between advice and I might also get some interpretations with it. That's kind of been a theme going on with your reading so far. And then we're going to move on to the Buddha Wisdom for the last deck of your reading. Excuse me. Excuse me. Basement. Your emoticons make me think of Dragon Tales, and I loved that cartoon when I was little. It's so educational and fun and imaginative, and I loved it. That sounds good. Okay, great. Ooh, those want to fly out. So let's see what's good. Okay, I think they want me to play both of these simultaneously. We have the energies gaining momentum, waxing moon, and a new start is coming, new moon. So like this feels like direct messages, like you're I feel like this is particularly to your studies. You're on the right path and it is going somewhere for you. Stay focused on that. You know, in terms of your reading earlier, like I said before, they're saying that you need to like relax. You need to take a break. So even if it's a week, just take a week off for yourself. Don't think of responsibilities in that moment. Literally stop, breathe, breathe in the fresh air. Don't be overworking yourself. It is important to also rest. And because of the toxic environment you were in before, it's also important to let go of that negative energy that's still surrounding you. Okay. Oops. That's not what I wanted. We have communication is key. They're making me think of theater in a way where like you are an actor, like skills of oration. Speak your truth, speak out loud, speak to the heavens, step out of your comfort zone. Okay, so it's the communication is key, and then the theatrical part that I just mentioned, and step out of your comfort zone is the next card. I feel like in this field, you're gonna be like that person who encompasses everything in this field. So, like, being the director, being the choreographer, being one of the actors, like doing everything in it because you'll understand each part of the process. That sounds so divine right now, giving my brain a big reboot. Divine is the next card. And it's full moon. Full moon represents change, right? In terms of moonology overall. You have waxing moon, two new moons, north node, which I believe is like the life path, destiny, and direction, and then full moon of change. Step out of your comfort zone really sticks out the most, though. So there's something that you haven't quite thought of or put yourself in terms of position, but challenge yourself a little bit. Don't settle. Don't settle for less when you can do more for yourself. I'm being told to emphasize for yourself. Hold your vision and work through your fears. Okay. And now I'm going to move on to the Buddha deck for you. All right. Messages for little Maddie. First one is giving creates a flow of health and love. I kept seeing flowers. Give to yourself. You can give to others too, but remember to give to yourself. You're just as important as the people around you. I don't know, it's flying out. A great teacher is a treasure and seek to find one. And it makes me think of like guidance counselors or academic advisors. It's like someone higher up in terms of whether it be university or teacher, someone you feel a close connection with in terms of a bond in terms of teacher and student that is going to make a significant difference in your life. Okay, that's way too many. Way too many. Thank you. Any others from this small pile? Oh. Alright. Alright. Then we have, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a little stuffy today. The path of intellect can yield a long life. They're telling me to like follow your heart. Follow the intuitive, instinctive feelings. Follow your heart, your passions. Your heart is guiding you the direction you should and need to go in, and it makes you feel more fulfilled in the end doing it that way. I'm being told to remind you, even if rejection is possible, do it anyway. Because the worst they can say is no, and even if they say no, you can move on. If they say yes, then it's a blessing in disguise for you, right? Like you thought it'd be no, and it ended up being yes. So either way, have the courage to just do it. You know, like I said, worst possible case scenario is that they say no, but that's really not as scary as it comes out to be in your mind. It's just a single word, but it makes such a huge impact, right? And then become a warrior to dispel the darkness, right? And then we have call on Ganesh to remove obstacles in your life. Call on Ganesh to remove obstacles in your life. And they're telling me to remind myself to say what I said earlier. There's a lot of people who do practice Buddhism, right, without being a Buddhist. They don't have to be one with the religion, but there are parts of the religion that they practice. And I'm being told to be reminded of this. And there's things that you might feel more connected to. Do those things, even if you're not particularly a religious person or spiritual person in that way. It can still benefit you because you opened up your mind and heart to it, right? And that'll do it for the last message of your reading. Do you feel like it resonated? Do you have any additional questions or anything else? And I'm going to put my cards away while I resettle in. Rumash is next. Are you still in chat? I put my cards away and I'll resettle. Yeah, that did resonate. Thank you. Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. Hopefully it helped ease a lot of burden way off your chest. Show, are you in the chat? Please confirm. confirm if you're here so I know while I put my cards away. Otherwise, I will skip to the next person. I'm so glad to get my first raid. For the first time. I put this on backwards. That was so. That'll do. 13. Oh, right. I had someone who did leave earlier. It must be that one. I have to go back and look. Let me go back up and look real quick. Oh. I'm sorry for my stuffiness. Where can I find it? Oh, because I'm moving around. Because I'm being silly. That's why I'm done. To go, okay, Lamastro had to leave. Alright, so that means that'll do. You're next. Let me fix this next. Go all the way back down. What? Why did you tell me there's no sign for me here? What? I'll have to fix that later. List family. That'll do. If I said that right, you in the chat, you are next on the list. Let me know while I'm putting my cards away, please, so I know you're still in the chat. Also, if there's anyone in here who wants to add themselves to the queue, do exclamation point join, because I'm going to be closing the queue soon. That bot's name scared me. Play the play with viewers bot. Yeah, that's the new bot I found. You keep people in the queue. I thought it was a bad bot, but it's yeah, I don't know if there's a way to change that name. If I can, I will, but that might be something I learn later. I also was very confused by the name at first. I was like, what? I'm really stuffy today. Alright, last call for That'll Do. Let me know if you're here, if you're in the chat. Otherwise, I'm moving on to the next person. I do have in my rules that you must be in chat when I call your name. If you come in later, you can feel free to put your name in the list again. Or speak up in the chat later, because I'm going to end up closing the queue, actually. Pretty soon. So anyone who wants to join now. Otherwise, I'll close it shortly. Alright, I don't hear anything from That'll Do, so I'm gonna move on to the next one, which is Uncle Jimmy's Basement. You're up next. Are you still in chat? I think you are. I'm pretty sure you've been active. Am I lying to myself? I'm pretty sure you're in here still. Yes, I thought so. It's like I've been seeing you chat here and there. Hi, it's your turn for a reading. I'm gonna take a moment to settle some energies, but I'd like to know if you'd like to pick your own decks or if you'd like me to choose them intuitively. And Take time. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Choose intuitive, please. Okay, great. All right, and then did you want a general reading? I personally find that whatever messages come up anyway, regardless. Um, but if you have specific questions, I can try my best to answer it. I just can't promise anything specific entirely. Right, I like that. Okay, okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna take a minute to breathe and ground myself once again, and also get a drink. Well, it's not hot anymore. No questions. I've enjoyed the vibe you got going. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Exciting vibes first. I feel really excited right now all of a sudden. Exciting news, maybe, or just exciting for the reading. Also, being reminded of how I put something in backwards earlier, which was a silly mistake, but it's like small. It wasn't a big deal. That's what Uncle Jim needs, please. First deck that's drawn is Life Purpose Oracle cards. First thing that comes to mind is like, oh great, I need the guidance. But also, like, it feels like you might have too many choices, or like you have a lot of options you can choose from. And it feels like you can actually take the direction you need to play with it to start with. Joya de Vivre Tarot. Just like I said with others who've been in the stream who received a reading, with all tarot cards, I'll do my interpretation first, and then I will also read from the book if I feel the need, because tarot is often very specific. I'm finding that the more I play with them, I'm getting more used to reading the energies of the cards themselves, but because I like to be cautious, I also read from the book because they often have significant meanings too. The Rider Waite tarot too. I don't know why they want me to play two tarots. That's very strange to me. Need a lot of specific and concrete guidance. I'm also drawn to the Talking to Heaven card deck with you too. It feels like you were intrigued by that one as well, and you were curious to see what comes up for you. And we're gonna go with dream reading cards for you as well. I don't play this deck that often, so I might read from the book from this as well. But as with all my cards, I like to interpret them first. And while you are in here, I'm just gonna close the queue so no one else comes in and joins. Perfect. Because otherwise I'm gonna be up all night. Alright. So I think I showed them all to you, but I'm gonna show you them all again. So for some reason they want me to play two tarots for you. I don't know why yet. But they want me to play the two tarots in combination. So I'll probably end up playing these first. So we'll see what comes up with these. So we have Joy de Vivre Tarot and the Rider Waite Tarot. Then we have, excuse me, Life Purpose Oracle cards, Moonology Oracle cards, and Dream Reading cards, as well as the Talking to Heaven. Oh, okay. Alright, let's see what we got for you. I'm drawn to the image of my deck here. It makes me think you're actually a pretty creative person. But you don't come off as a creative person like on the outside. People like you feel like just based on that image alone, you feel like or the energy feels like you're a person. I don't want to say comes off as stern, but like you come off a certain way but you're truly like a very different person. You're like a very creative. I feel like you have an eye for very pristine things. I'm hearing the word like nitpicky, being nitpicky about specific things. It makes me think of like the typical artist struggle where you're like, it's not the way I want it and I need to fix it kind of nitpicking. Yeah, that's what I get just from that image of top of the deck so far. Yes, LOL. Now I'm gonna play the two cards together. I'm gonna play Joy de Vivre first because I feel drawn to play this one first. I'm to read from the book from this, which I think is just poems, honestly. Maybe you might feel connected with a poem. Oops, all my business cards are falling out. I shoved my old business cards in there. Helps keep them in there. I need a new box. It's seen better days. Anyway. With three of business cards. I had a little stack of business cards going, but I can show you. I tried my business here, but it's very niche with the psychic readings and Reiki energy where I live, so it wasn't sustainable income wise because I paid more overhead than I received profit. So I ended up shutting it down. But I'm happy to show you the logo and everything. That was my business card. That's a purple and white. Purple, you know what? Purple and white seems to be a theme I tend to trend to because my overlay is very much like that too. Reiki is very niche in certain areas. Yes, I'm a certified Reiki master, but I find that I can do it, but I find it's much better and like Reiki is also energy, just like psychic readings, right? And you use intuition a lot. And I find that the Reiki is honestly better in terms where I studied, they called it absent Reiki, but everywhere else they call it distant Reiki. And I personally feel like I feel so much more, and I can actually see auras when I do a lot of them eventually at some point too. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I don't do much with it nowadays, but I do enjoy it. All right, let's shuffle some of these tarot for you. First one is Six of Cups, and it's in reverse. For some reason, it's in reverse, but the style of the card makes me think of a party life person or like someone who enjoys gatherings and party, being like the life of the party is the word they're giving me. You're the light in the room, like the sunshine brightening everyone's day. Is the first start of this that I see. It's Six of Cups in reverse. Cups in terms of the tarot often represent emotions, the emotional side of a person. So, yeah, that's the first interpretation. I'm gonna play a few cards first. Oh, did I show you the card? So it came in reverse position, but I'll show you what it looks like upright. It's a little mermaid as well. Those are mermaid tails down the bottom. That's the start. It's also placed in your past, so maybe it's no. I'm being told it's not something you've outgrown. It's something you still really enjoy or like doing, whatever this may be. They're giving me the word hosting. You like to be a host, hosting of some sort. And they're reminding me the word life of the party. You enjoy being in the limelight. You're like the life of the party most of the time. I love hosting. Let's see, Queen of Cups in reverse, another Cups card, and then we have the Empress in reverse. Okay, so these two wanted me to play them together. I'm just going to see what comes up first before I move on. I'm drawn to the Heart and the Queen of Cups reverse card. So the way there's a few messages I got off of it. So first is be like it makes me think of self-reflection, but not in a way of its actual meaning. Like I see this card with the character looking in the water, looking at herself, but she's like too focused on herself, basically, that she's losing sight of what could be or what's around her in terms of what could be beneficial in the life. And I'm drawn to the heart. So like the heart that is the tail, right, of this card. And it's on the other side of her and she doesn't see that. So like it's the little love that's the love is with you. It's closer than you think, but it's just like you can't see it. You can't see it yet. And then I also see the little two fish, which is when I first saw it, I interpreted it as Pisces because of how it's shaped, but it also makes me think of the Cancer sign in terms of zodiac as well. Definitely water sign, you know. And then we have the Empress card upside down. And then it has like a little nest on her head. I'm drawn to the eggs in the nest, but they're upside down. And you know, that's not safe because if the eggs fall out of the nest, they'll break. They're not ready to leave the nest yet, is like the phrase that I'm getting out of this. So, let's see. I also see the skulls, and I see the eggs, and I was also drawn to the Talking to Heaven card, and they're bringing my attention to this. So maybe you had a sudden death in the family, or friend, or somebody you know. But I'm drawn to seeing that it feels like it was sudden and not expected. And it gives me like frustrating lines and like pain in the forehead, like I can't believe that happened is what it's giving me first. A couple more before I read. Yeah, I feel like I should read. I'm pretty sure this deck, the little book that comes with it, is just poems, but maybe they're gonna resonate with you, so I'll read them. Then we have the Hermit in reverse for you too. That's interesting. And I see the dragonfly in this card the most. And I see the light on the staff, and it makes me think of fireflies and dragonflies. It sounds cute. Sounds like a pair, and it also sounds like it kind of sounds like a music or song. Like it feels like two peas in a pod kind of thing. It's very much a migrant. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe some water might help. I ears feel a lot of pressure as well. Maybe you struggle with pressure in the sinuses. You got a lot of reverses in here. This says Page of Cups. There's a lot of cups in here too, and this is also upside down. And I'm gonna be real with you. I see the things on the top of this rabbit's head as bills that are being ignored and should be paid. They're making me think of bills that are being ignored and should be paid. They're not being given enough attention. It's like a red notice. Like there's something that really needs some love and attention towards. Right? Gotta pay your bills. And then we have the star for the final of this. And that's, the star is the card of hope in the tarot. Yeah, the way the card is designed makes me think that you're like an active daydreamer and you like to forget about all the issues around, like things that are considered problems or things you don't want to deal with, you're like, you don't exist, so I'm not going to bother. I'm going to look at this direction because I like this better, is what I get out of this star card. So, excuse me. So I'm going to, I showed you the Six of Cups already. I'm going to show you the other ones. This was the Queen of Cups and it was in reverse, right? So this is the one that had the heart on the tail, right? And then she's upside down when I played. And she's looking in that bowl of reflection. And then the Empress was also in reverse. This was the Empress card. And they showed me the eggs, eggs in this part here. And I saw the skulls around her skirt. And she was in reverse. All of these except the star card were in reverse. The Hermit. I was drawn to the dragonfly. And this little lantern light made me think of fireflies, and I said the phrase two peas in a pod. It feels significant in some way. And then the Page of Cups, and this is the one where all these make me think of bills. Bills being ignored and not being paid, and one of them is like in a red notice and should be paid soon, definitely. Or at least attempted to be paid even in payments, or give them a call and see if they're willing. Sorry, it's Steffi again. And then this was the star card. So she's like very focused. She has hope and she's on the star. And then these pictures she's pouring out is all her responsibilities that she's ignoring. Is what I'm getting first. Now I'm going to read from the little book that it comes with. So Six of Cups. Cups. So keep in mind that it is in reverse. The overall keywords of the card says harmony, nostalgia, community, trust, and innocence. Reversed meaning says longing for the past that is gone, living in a dream, and exaggerated nostalgia. Okay. The Queen of Cups. Lack of motivation, depression, and harmful gossip. It's the Queen of Cups, and then Empress in reverse. That must be being. Okay. Definitely gossip. Okay. Alright. The Empress in reverse. Blocked creativity. I did feel like you were a creative person, so this makes sense to me. Being overprotective and lack of harmony. And then we have the Hermit. First, this is isolation, loneliness, and disregarding advice. Isolation sticks out the most to me in that area. I'm hearing the words being too prideful, or being too proud. It's a Page of Cups. There it is. Wait, that's Page of Cups? Yeah, okay. Page of Cups, reverse lack of motive. Wait, what? Did I just read that? The Six of Cups and Page of Cups the same? Okay, a lack of motivation, depression, and harmful gossip. Yeah, I just said that, right? Weird. Okay, I read the wrong page. Okay, so I guess Six of Cups meeting is in the end. Nice. Cups. Ah, okay, the Queen of Cups I haven't told you. I mixed the Queen of Cups with the Page of Cups, so it must mean this was the actual message at the end of this reading. Or at the end of this particular tarot, except for the star. Feeling out of touch with emotions, unspoken resentment, and manipulation. I get mixed feelings with this. Like, I feel like the situation is kind of like open, but mindfulness wise, it's mixed. Like, it's confusing and not easy to understand. It's complicated. It's complicated. And then the star was upright. So I'm going to read the whole thing of this one. It says keywords is rejuvenation, harmony, faith, enlightenment, wisdom. Yes, I do get that way sometimes. I believe so. Yep. Excuse me. Filled with the glittering faith, Vega meditates on a star of serenity. She's grateful for her increasing sense of fulfillment as she makes her continual progress towards her goals. Vega renews both the subconscious and the material world with her pitchers of water, one hand holding the sun's energy and the other holding the moon's. The ladybug, a symbol of trust, whispers messages of happiness in her ear. Um, I'm thinking of the last reading all of a sudden, and it doesn't feel like betrayal specifically. It feels, I don't know if you're in a relationship or not, but it feels like it feels like a situationship. It feels very complicated, difficult to understand, hard for others to understand, and it kind of just keeps going on. It also makes me feel like you're being ignored. Like it feels like your thoughts, opinions, and self expression has been ignored. Let's see. Hope emerges from the darkness, illuminating your path of enlightenment like a star. Your journey dawns light on the universe within, and your inspired heart increases your intuitive abilities. Follow the light of the star, for it will lead you back to the right path. Have faith in your inner divinity and in the powers of universal spirit. Not exactly in a relationship, but yes, situation. Oh, okay. I'm definitely being ignored. Okay. So that must be why they wanted me to play two different tarots for you. This had a lot of interesting elements to start with, and I think the book was more connected with this part. So now I'm gonna play the Rider-Waite tarot. This is like the OG, one of the OG tarots. It's not. I think it's not technically the very first because it ended up being redeveloped over time, but it's closest, right? So let me play these two. I will read from the book on my phone for these, just so you know ahead of time. I'm sorry I'm so stuffy. I'm having a day. Having a day. So you got some knowledge of the history of it. Nice. That's impressive. I knew it wasn't like the first, but it's close. Ah, they're like, should get real tissues. I'm gonna make my nose raw, but at least I can breathe. That's what matters. Have the breath of life. Okay, so I love these satiric things. Me too. But they do take a lot of energy. Especially, oh, alright. That's interesting. Okay, they're not real. Oh wait, no, that one's real. Why is that one out of the deck? Must be significant. Place that, because I feel like that's too coincidental. No worries. Right. Balancing your upright position. I feel like I'm going to play the Moonology deck after this deck. So there's a particular card of mine that's coming up, and I'm curious to see if it's going to play when I get to that deck. Okay. So, oh, hello. Hello. Oh, sorry. Wait, which one or is it all? Is it going on? Alright, but which one's first? Oh, it's first. Okay. Yes. Definitely a lot of reverses for you. Reverses aren't scary, but they are guidance. Not everyone likes to hear what Spirit has to say, but they're seeking guidance for a reason, even if it's not what they want to hear. So take the advice seriously, but also make sure it's in a way that is guiding you to the direction that'll make you happier and happiest. You are the most important in your life, and just as important as the others that you care for around you. Cards before I show them off. So, but first, just from looking at the direction these are going in a little bit, there's a couple messages. First is the card placed in your past makes me think you used to focus on yourself a lot more, but you don't focus on yourself as much as you used to. Like your priorities have gone elsewhere now instead of for yourself. I was saying for oh, that's okay. No worries. Yes, yeah, it's placed in your past, and that's definitely something that comes up to me the most. Um, and honestly, it feels like a very wrong direction. Like it feels like now they're making my heart feel heavy. It makes me feel like I have regrets. I have regrets. And then I'm drawn to the moon, and the moon looks like a sleepy face, and it makes me think of the phrase "I lose sleep at night." I don't want to say it doesn't necessarily feel like anxiety, but it also feels like nightmares, like the subconscious is trying to talk to you because you're ignoring the messages that are being given to you. Because it feels like it's not something you want to believe, whatever this may be, but you know, you're ignoring the conscious part of it. So your subconscious is coming to you in your dreams, and it's making you have difficulty sleep, and you became a little bit of an insomniac because of it. I see that there was like doesn't even quite feel like a partnership. Like it feels like an agreement. Like a I'm hearing the word settlement, but that doesn't feel like the right word to say. It just feels like it doesn't even feel like a mutual understanding. It just feels like it is. It's just like there. It just feels like it's there, and that's it. And then, you know, present or getting close to the present is like new direction, but the focus isn't quite right. There's still too much focus on the lack of a direction you want to actually go in. Like I see that you have like many dreams you want, but you're thinking of it in a lack mindset for a lot of those dreams. You're thinking of it because you want it, but you don't have it, and you're thinking more about how you don't have it than just having the desire and passion for it. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't look up right away. I'm not sure what part you're referring to. Oh, that's what it is. The dream stuff. Yeah, it's saying your subconscious is trying to give you the advice you're seeking. Night terrors. Okay. Oh, no worries. I understood. I understood. Yeah. You know, it's funny because the tarot has a deck for night terrors, but um they didn't play it in this run, but it was brought up in the reading itself. Um in this center part here makes me think of friendships, but if I'm being real with you, I feel like these friendships are fake. They're fake, man. I'm being told, but there can be a new structure and compassion built. I'm being told that like there needs to be like a test phase to see who actually cares. Like who actually cares. Because somebody or some people in this group aren't real with you. And they don't actually consider your feelings or thoughts, and they didn't to begin with, from what I see. I'm also drawn to the celebration card. It's in reverse, but it makes me think that maybe you're someone who dreamed of marriage and it's not going in that direction. I'm sorry. It's not. I also see like this building and structure, and that actually feels very complicated too. Maybe you're living together and that's part of like the situationship part of it, and that makes it a little hard and difficult, but you don't feel satisfied or fulfilled in that position anyway. So, maybe consider something new for yourself and position you want to go in. Sorry. I don't sugarcoat things. It is coming up in the reading, because one thing that comes up is like it feels like strong wanting of dreams, and I've had my own personal experience. And the celebration card is in reverse, and it often represents like weddings and celebration and stuff. And it's in the reverse makes reminds they're like spirits reminding me of my own experience. I was in a relationship for 10 years and thought it was gonna go a certain direction. We're still friends. We're on good terms, but like we were on very two different um views of what we wanted for our future. I am in a very happy relationship now, but like they're reminding me of that. And that really shows, my character on my end. It shows like a lot of patience. And they're reminding me of that moment for you in your reading. So maybe you're also someone who's given a lot of patience. It's okay. No, I need to hear it. Okay. So I've been shuffling more of the tarot for quite a bit, so I feel like they're satisfied with what I've told you so far. Last one is just honestly, but it feels like, you know, sit on your throne. It's your turn to sit on your throne. Oh, it's okay. I'll open it for you. I'll do a little more. Hold on. Eternal peace for me. Feel free to join right now, and I'm gonna close it right after you. Because I live in New England and it's quarter of midnight for me, so I don't want to have way too many, but you're fine, no worries. Okay, great. I'm gonna close it now. Yes, it's your time to be on the throne. And honestly, the energy that the card's giving me is like it's your time to be on the throne, and it's like it makes me think of like I don't want to hear it. Like it's making me think of like I watch a lot of like romance shows and stuff because it's my favorite genre, right? Rom-com and everything. It's making me think of like someone who begs to come back because they realize their ways and the mistakes they've made. But honestly, it's things you've heard before, right? It's things you've heard before. So this energy that I'm getting from this is like, I don't want to hear it because you've already gone through enough emotionally that way. can also do that. Thank you for letting me know. Yes, it's my first time using. Well, it's my first time actually using the bot with multiple people, so that's good to know. Thank you for the advice. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the cards that play. All except the last one came up in the reverse. I am going to read from the Ultimate Tarot book for you as well. Um, like I said, oh, they're telling me to tell you this, right? So I'm telling you what I interpret. But one thing I often tell people, especially when there's future predictions involved, right, is the future is constantly changing based on the actions you choose to do today. So, like, for example, I say don't drive down this specific road tomorrow because there's going to be a car crash, right? If you go, then most likely it's going to happen, right? Because that was the prediction. And you didn't believe the prediction, but it happened, right? But you can also choose not to go, and because you didn't go, then the future changed because you weren't even in that area and you don't know if anything happened during that time anyway. So like your future changes based on the actions you choose today. Some of the information in your reading is kind of like on the harsh side of stuff, but it also feels like a relief to you, honestly, in a spiritual side, because it, like you said earlier in chat, it's like something you needed to hear. But like, okay, I brought up like the feelings of things you've expressed and you feel ignored. And I was about to mention communication, and it feels like this marriage thing is actually something you have communicated about and brought up. And that is like a major part of being ignored. And I don't think they understand the realistic, like, I'm being told first, realistic expectations. I'm also being told, like, it is a situationship, which is why it's so complicated. And they might not have seen the relationship in the same perspective you have. Also, it makes me think of like a very weird. I'm sorry if it's insulting to say it weird, because I'm not a person who does this. I'm too um monogamous for this kind of thing, but it makes me think of like someone who had like an open relationship, or someone who was like open to the idea of having, or like polyamorous or polygamist or something along those lines. It makes me think a lot of like that kind of scenario. Oh, and so getting data on each here. So I don't know if that vibes or if you have like a situation similar to that, but that's the thing they keep reminding me of, is like kind of like open relationship vibes, or polyamorous, or like even like if it's not in that vibe, even the vibe of like just dating but never actually calling it official over time is like another part of it. Like all similar vibes is what I get from that. So they might not have seen the relationship the same way you do, but it feels like being led on, honestly. It feels like they're dragging you along. But it's confusing because if they're doing that, and they don't want to go in the same direction you want to go, it doesn't make sense that they're keeping you. No offense to you anyway, like it doesn't make sense. If you guys aren't on the same page, why are you still like there? Like you guys are just being there. Like you're not being one, you're just each being there kind of thing. Oh, misleading. Thank you for the follow. So that, that's like a lot of the vibes I'm getting. I'm, yeah. I'm being told it's like they make me think of your mind a lot. It's something that's been on your mind for a while, I think. And it's not even just the overall situation. Like there's something that's been on your mind for a while too, and I think you wanted things to go in a certain direction in terms of like your dreams, your wishes and desires, right? But because of how things have been going and it's been on your mind a lot and a lot of self-contemplation, like they're kind of like saying you've started to like rethink the situation in the relationship and if that's really what you want. Like it feels like you started to actually think about it more in a different direction. Because I want, and I guess she's just like my attention. So just like that. Oh, okay, it's just worded a little funny. You're saying you think she just likes the attention, but you want to go further. Did I read that correctly? I can try to play a couple more cards. Oh, good. I'm so glad I read that correctly. Thank you for confirmation. Okay, so I mentioned you being on your throne, and I've had a hard time interpreting this card a little bit, so I definitely think the book meaning of this card at the end, I'm going to show you all of them in a minute, but in the end, so like right now there's a row of reverses for you, and the last one in the future section is upright position, just like the Hope Star, or the Star of Hope. Sorry, I said that backwards. Um, but like this is also Pentacles, material wealth. They're making me think of like someone who spoils another person. Who spoils another person. Maybe this person you care deeply for is unappreciative of you and actually what you do for them. Hesitancy. There's hesitancy as well. Yes, they are. Okay. Yeah, I get those vibes. So I'm gonna show you the cards real quick, and then I'm gonna open the book and read it. And I'm also gonna take a tiny little break. And it's like it won't be long. I just need to respond to someone. I promise. So this was the cards, right? I'm gonna show you them all. These were all the reverses first. We have the Eight of Cups in reverse, the Two of Cups in reverse, and the Two of Cups is usually like partnerships, whether it's romantic, business, or more. We have the King of Wands, the Three of Cups. This is usually like community, new friends, and also celebration, right? And that's also in reverse. The Three of Pentacles, the Four of Wands in reverse. This is the card that is often representing of celebrations and weddings and so on. And this is one of the ones in reverse as well. And then this is the one that's in upright position. It is the King of Pentacles. Like this to me feels like this is the energy you need to be in. Like I don't think you're currently in this energy. It feels like it's the energy you need to be in. So give me just a moment. I'm gonna read from the book on my phone, but I'm gonna do something real quick. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Let's close all those. I don't need those open. And I am already on the Eight of Cups. So, overall meaning is usually departure, change, and emotional intelligence. It came in reverse. So here's the reverse meaning for you. What are you holding on to? Take stock. Are you clinging into the past when you really don't know what your current living situation when you really don't know that your current living situation has to change? When reversed, the Eight of Cups shows error of judgment, so you jump too soon or stay too long, unable to see that there's an alternative way to do things. At this point, there's no logical solution, like the Eight of Cups sphere of Hod. For the mind and its strategies, an intellectual approach might make you feel in control. But the way ahead is to follow your instincts. Timing is important now, so trust yourself that you will know the right time to move on without self-pressure. An additional meaning of the card is being abandoned, leaving you confused as others move on from you with undignified haste. That's the first one. We have Two of Cups. Two of Cups overall meaning love and partnerships, old and new, but it was in reverse. So, when reversed, the two reveals relationship stress. A new romance may turn sour as your hopes for love are disappointed. Also, the card asks you to rely on your intuition. There may be a secret you don't yet know, and traditionally, the reverse two can show infidelity. Although on the surface everything may appear to be ticking along, pay attention to your instincts. There's a reason for doubt, and it's time to communicate openly about any fears rather than ignore them. Generally, in established relationships, the two can also indicate an unavoidable glitch simply due to ongoing stresses and strains of leading two busy lives. Two as in it's too much, two busy lives. If it seems like this is the case, try to keep communicating. There may be a lack of understanding between you just now, but with work on both sides, you can rekindle your connection. Passion may be on hold just now, but it can return. Hello, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we have King of Wands next. Makes overall meaning of King of Wands is an honorable man. Okay, so this is one of the higher cards. It's not an Arcana, but it's before Arcana cards, right? So it has a few different meanings. I'm going to read all of the meanings to you. And how many kings? We actually have two kings in your reading. So, and it's interesting because one is reversed and one is upright. So I'll read the meaning of the two kings as well for you because you have that in your road. Okay, so King of Wands. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the upright position has a lot of meanings, but this is reversed. So this card reversed indicates a time of restriction when you can't get others to see your point of view. Equally, check that you're not going against your intuition. If you feel you're not following the right path, drop the self-pressure and be open to alternative routes. Bullying, selfish, and opinionated, the reversed king as a person is narrow-minded and obsessive about rules. He can be an overbearing manager or a strict parental figure. He does not want to listen to anyone who doesn't agree with him. And full of self-interest, he is determined to get his own way. And that's the reversed meaning. It's interesting because you have two kings in your road. And it says two kings mean a good partnership, but one is in reverse and one is in upright position. It makes me think of the phrase, the tables have turned. And it also makes me think that it could have potential, but it's going to need a lot of work. It makes me think it's going to be a lot of effort involved. Okay, and then let's see, we have Three of Cups. This turned. I'll play another card for that in a moment. I'm gonna read the rest of it for you first, but I will ask the question again. Three of Cups. Whoops. Going on. Cups. Three of Cups. Okay. Typically, overall meaning is celebration, abundance, family, and friendships. This is reversed. When reversed, the Three of Cups can indicate a flirtation or indulgence gone too far with affairs and heated emotions. It makes me think of emotional cheating, that phrase alone. In established relationships, there may be distance and a lack of cohesion and understanding. Someone close may be overly opinionated and egotistical, and the dynamics of a close relationship, romantic or friendship, become skewed. Emotional betrayal. Oh, I just said that. Okay. Emotional betrayal in friendships is also a common meaning of the Three of Cups. I mentioned your friends before reading this card, and I said that the friendship is fake, or someone in the group of friends is fake. Maybe they're involved in whatever's going on. Let's see. Creativity takes a nosedive too, as creative blocks abound. It may be hard to get started as you suffer a lack of motivation and support. If so, take a break and return to your projects when you feel more grounded and less affected by others' emotional demand. Demand. I wonder who the person is. I don't know that specific. I'm sorry. I'm just saying what I feel intuitively. And also, sometimes some things aren't meant to be said. It's something that will end up either becoming the truth later on, or you find out on your own, or something. But something about fake friends. I also think I mentioned emotional cheating, which matched the one of the meanings of the card, and it makes me think of and a common theme is a highly opinionated and egotistical friendship and romantic relationship becomes skewed, and similar things. Wandering out loud. Oh, no worries. I do that too. I was just saying out there. Okay, no worries. So let's see. This card can also show irritating or recurrent health problems that need your attention. Or maybe the other person has that health problem, if that is a meaning in the reading. Okay. You know, three seems to be significant because you said three business cards. This is the Three of Cups. Next card is the Three of Pentacles as well. So three seems to be significant in some way. Oh, I did. Okay, so this overall meaning is enterprise and success. Reversed meaning when the Three of Pentacles reverses, work is tiresome, and you may not be willing to put in the groundwork or indeed to work at all. This may be because you feel you've seen it all before and have become cynical about finding a career that will suit, or you take on a role for the perceived glamour or the way it is sold to you and later realize that the work is mostly tedium. You'll need to push through the dull details to make a swift decision to move on. Another interpretation of the card is poor planning, so a project doesn't succeed. And property affairs, it can show builders who do not finish the work they begin. That card I said, when I was interpreting it first, that was the card I was saying maybe the situation is complicated as well because you two live together. That's what came up at first. With an interpretation. Okay, so this is Four of Wands in reverse. That's the next one. So overall meaning of the Four of Wands is usually freedom, creativity, and domestic happiness, but it is in reverse, and the reverse meaning, very much so, yeah. When reversed, this is one of the few minor arcana cards that retains its positive meaning. Oh, that's good news. Interesting, because, okay. So, when reversed, this is one of the few minor arcana cards that retains its positive meaning, albeit with minor irritations. You don't get all the time you need to focus on doing what you love, from traveling to creative projects and socializing, and you may experience some disruption to plans. In this position, you might just be feeling invisible and not heard. Okay, alright. However, if you're feeling too much like the outsider, consider if your environment is right. It's likely that it's them and not you. Overall, however, this unsettled phase will soon pass as the sunny aspect of the upright card prevails. Okay, so I mentioned earlier, right? The future is always changing. This is like a confirmation of the reading with the future changing. I feel like it can be discussed at some point. This person doesn't, I don't want to say that they don't take you seriously. It doesn't feel like that vibe, but it feels like they don't see the seriousness of the situation, if that makes sense. Um, and it's gonna take a lot of work and effort. And there's also a lot of like subtleties in the readings and the card meetings itself. There's high opinions, you don't feel heard, and it just feels like a headache, honestly. That's how the easiest way for me to describe it. It just feels like a headache. It's like you're putting way more energy and effort into it than the other person is. And then we have the King of Pentacles, and this came in the upright position. I'm going in the wrong direction. There it is. Okay. So, a generous man. This, I said, it was like your throne, you're sitting on this throne. So to me, that represents that this is you and where you need to be. Like, this is overall you. A generous man. Uh, upright meaning. Okay, upright meanings for the kings have multiple meanings. Excuse me. So, as a person, a visionary man with a plan, the king will work hard for rewards and is usually well off. He is reliable and generous and offers practical support. Security is important to him, and he is happiest in a settled relationship. Okay, yeah. He needs to be a protector, and he has firm boundaries. They're making me emphasize that. Firm boundaries. He will not tolerate those looking to take what is his. That's the part that I was like, I don't want to hear it anymore, that I mentioned earlier. His ideal vocations include property and building, business, accounting, or any work that is number-based, as well as agricultural and land management. There seems to be a theme in terms of like living, building, and realty and so on. But you know what comes to mind, I feel like you're a person who's, I don't want to say wealthy, but you get paid an okay job or position. Like you feel like you're on a okay place in terms of finances. Is what I get out of this. And that seems to be coming up in my mind's eye. So an additional meaning is a generous benefactor, as the you in a card reading. Make the most of your assets. As an influence in the card reading, financial and property matters improve, and you enjoy success and comfort. The King of Pentacles also predicts conflicts that will be resolved. Oh, good. That's good news for you. That's interesting. They're giving me new news, too. In relationships, he offers security and loyalty. So, there's still more. Okay, if two or more kings fall close together, they weren't close together, but and one's upright and one's in reverse. Meaning is a good partnership. Okay, so that was the ending of that. So they were giving me new messages. So like, they're sending me messages in my mind like, you want things to work out, right? You want it to work, and you felt like you needed to hear a lot of the messages that came up, and you have been considering both perspectives now, not just one. You're considering like the different direction. It feels like you have a deep sense of like commitment and honor to your partner. And like you I don't want to hear it came up again. So I don't want to hear it must be like a common phrase or something you hear maybe or something along those lines. Yeah. Um but I feel like you want it to work. I feel like you've probably been in this relationship for a while. The cards are emphasizing that you need to set boundaries, like you need to identify your boundaries and know what is boundaries a lot. Yeah. So like I can feel the sincerity, right? I can feel the sincerity in the cards. But I also feel a disconnect. There is a disconnect there. So I feel like okay, they're giving me the words too soon. It's too soon. So I feel like there's some conflict, there's misunderstanding. I feel like maybe I mentioned tables of turn and they're making me think of your partner, and I feel like maybe your partner is like someone you're kind of making me think you guys might be young. You might be a little, or maybe they're on the younger side. And I'm hearing the words too soon, and maybe they feel like they haven't felt like they lived their life yet, or maybe they want to see where things go first, or something along those lines. So let's see if there's any additional cards that fall out first. Let's see what plays for you. Oh, oh my goodness. Okay, we have Four of Swords in reverse. We have Two of Swords in reverse, Guarded Heart. We have the Devil in the upright position. Ten of Swords in reverse. The Queen of Wands and the World in reverse. Oh, it feels like there's so much. Okay, the Devil card specifically makes me think of the word locked in, being stuck and bound, being stuck and bound. Like I feel like your partner doesn't like the idea of it. Like I feel like it makes them think like the situation or the desire that you have makes them feel like they're. How do I put it? I'm having a hard time thinking of an analogy for it, but it makes me think of like handcuffs. It makes me think like they're being handcuffed and locked and their freedom is lost. Like it makes me think of a lot of those things. There's a lot of swords too. Swords often relate to the mind. I think maybe your partner is an overthinker. They have difficulty seeing past the logical side of things. Oh, hello. That card flew out. Let me get that. Oh, good. Okay, I feel like that was a confirmation card because the Ace of Cups just came up. And that gives me like overwhelming feelings. It like makes me feel like a release of emotions. Hello. Okay, so I think if there's no other cards that come out, I'm gonna read from the book for these two for you real quick. Sorry for the stuffiness. Okay, So, I feel like I don't know if that's true, but I feel like your partner struggles with emotions. Like they have difficulty with expression in any way. Like it feels like it's not that they feel like they can't express to you, they just have a hard time even expressing in general. Like they let other people talk about feelings to them, but they don't really talk about their feelings to other people. Also, how are you, Steven? I'm good, thank you. How are you? So, we'll do Four of Swords first, and it's in reverse, and I'm pretty sure that's a good sign. And I feel like so, in terms of advice, right? Because you really want this to work, and I feel it according to your reading so far. I feel like you have intentions of marriage in the future, right, with this person, and I feel like there's some miscommunication, especially in terms of relationship stance, right? To start with, and I think that a discussion needs to be had, but instead of starting with the feelings you've already expressed, right? Try and see if you can ask why, or if there's something they're afraid of, or if there's something like the phrase too soon came up, and I feel like maybe they have very different ideas of like distance and time of relationship and what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable. They might not be on the same page. Oh, that gives me a headache. So maybe your partner suffers migraines and headaches when they're stressed. So I think if that is the case, maybe do like it in pieces, because if it's too much at once, it might make them just like shut down. Uh, in pieces, good idea. Yeah, so they gave me a very strong sudden headache when I said that, so I think your person, right? I think they struggle with stress remedies and stuff. So when things are very stressful and too emotional, they get a headache. Um, I see like a guarded heart. I see different perspective on what is acceptable to them, but I do see that this Ace of Cups that there is possibility of a resolve. But I also feel like there was many misunderstandings, and there could or may be news you don't want to hear, but it doesn't feel like it'd be entirely bad. It's gonna feel uncomfortable discussing about it or something along those lines, though, whatever it is. Yeah, and um I think they just have a hard time expressing themselves as well. They're showing me an image of a letter, like writing a letter. Maybe your person would have an easier time expressing through writing than they would speaking, like text or handwritten letters or something along those lines. They're making me think of like cute little love letters and love notes that are being exchanged with each other. So that might be something or a new idea that'd be fun. Okay, so back to what I was doing. We'll do Four of Swords for reversed. So overall meaning is rest, passivity, and quiet time. Reversed meaning, when the Four of Swords reverses, the time out message is enforced. So you may have to take time away from work or other responsibilities due to influences out of your control. Unfortunately, there is little you can do to alter the situation, so you must surrender to the events. excuse me. This is a phase, and the message is to find peace. Use the time positively. You may need to rethink your working arrangements or come to terms with changes in a relationship, particularly if you live apart from a partner or potential love. Okay, so now we have Two of Swords in reverse. Overall meaning is usually time to think and a stalemate, but it's in reverse, and I believe that's good news. I'm pretty sure it is. When reversed, the traditional meaning of oh, never mind. When reversed, the traditional meaning of the Two of Swords is deception and being blind to someone's manipulation. This card applies particularly to partnerships, love, friendships, and in business and your career. If your intuition is telling you that someone is dishonest, pay attention and carry out your own detailed investigation to get to the heart of the matter. There is an opportunity here to act, but the timing is sensitive, and that sticks out the most, and I agree with this. The message is not to delay, though. So I do think I said it, communicating might be like difficult, like uncomfortable. It definitely feels like a sensitive topic of some sort. It may not be entirely bad, but it could be, basically. So prepare for it. If this partner, I keep wanting to say she, so if she does open up to this, opens up to talking to you in pieces, right? She might actually tell you the truth. And sometimes the truth is not only difficult to bring up, but truth is also hard to hear. And, you know, depending on the situation at the time, it feels like it's going to be a sensitive topic, though, overall. And when we started your reading, it felt like a situationship to begin with, and I kept feeling other vibes. So I don't know if maybe your partner has like a history of dating differently than you do, and if you're not sure, maybe you should look into it. Okay, so the devil in upright position is enslavement and temptation. Right? Upright meaning you may be enslaved to an ideal or a relationship that demands too much. It demands too much of you. What started positively or even pleasurably has reversed, and now you are seeing the situation for what it is. So this is the part now being answered. The tables have turned that I mentioned before. This is what it's saying. This is a destructive situation, and you may be feeling controlled or under a bad influence. This is a card of greed, temptation, and materialism. Yet to change the situation, you will need to think laterally and use a little cunning. It's never worth confronting the problem, as the negativity is endemic. Hence, the devil card often appears to describe situations that are not worth trying to fix or heal. Okay? The message is to simply walk away, to escape in the best way you can, regardless of the temptation of staying. Oh, that makes sense. Um, the devil often arrives in a relationship reading to show lust and negative ways of relating, in that one partner is gaining much more than that of the other. By extension of this, an additional meaning of the devil are addictions, issues with sex, food, substance abuse, and overall negative thinking patterns. Some other specifics include the following. In home life, here the devil may indicate living in the with domineering people or dealing with a difficult landlord. Psychic vampires and generally negative people may drain your energy. You may feel controlled and invaded just now. In relationships, difficult relationships are indicated here, such as controlling partners, lust over love situations, affairs, and codependent patterns. For separated partners, the devil may show financial dependency or other ongoing money or property issues that keep you tied to the past. In terms of career and money, you're experiencing bad financial contracts, careers that are unsatisfying, domineering bosses, or a toxic work environment, but you stay because you're financially trapped. I don't feel like it's the career base for you. This is more on the relationship side of your reading. Then we have the Ten of Swords in reverse. So it's Ten of Swords, overall meaning is endings, but it's in reverse. So it says the reverse meaning. When reversed, the Ten of Swords holds the meaning of the upright card, okay, which is endings, but indicates there may be more repercussions. You may examine your past actions and feel guilty or angry and react more deeply to the fallout. Try not to hold on to the stress. Accept the situation and let it go. The reverse Ten of Swords can also show feeling helpless, particularly if you have been ill or overwhelmed emotionally. Health, illness, sickness, emotionally, and the mental stuff keeps coming up, so I don't know if maybe there's any kind of mental disorder or mental illness involved, or any kind of particular health issues, but that seems to come up subtly in the reading as well. Soon you will feel able to pick yourself up and start over. Then we have Queen of Wands in reverse. Excuse me. Queen of Wands in reverse. Overall meaning is creativity and focus. But it's in the reverse meaning, and it says you may feel controlled when the Queen of Wands reverses due to others' pointless interference. There is a great need for organization, but disorder rules. This may be because you or someone close has taken on too much and cannot admit it. Consider if this is a pattern, a way of avoiding being who you are due to fear of rejection. As a person, the reverse Queen of Wands breaks promises. She can be envious and does not want anyone around her to shine more brightly. Then we have the World in reverse. That's one of the major arcanas. So let me. Yeah, that's the last one, right? Yeah. Okay. In reverse, overall meaning is completion, success, reward, and joy, but it's in reverse. So the reverse meaning is when reversed, the world shows you are ready to move on but feel blocked or don't feel you are deserving of success. It can also show hanging on to one ambition that eludes you. And if so, it's time to redefine what you want and adjust your expectations. I'm being reminded to say set the boundaries, as you may be clinging on to a dream to the exclusion of all else. Alternatively, you may feel eclipsed by another's shining light. Overall, however, the negatives here are minor, and you will get what you deserve. It may just take a little longer to become obvious. In the meantime, keep the faith. And then we have the Ace of Cups for the Rider-Waite Tarot, because these were additional cards I pulled for you before moving on to the Oracle cards. So Ace of Cups. It's an upright position, and it was played in upright position. Key meanings: love, relationships, and beginnings. Okay? And then upright meaning, the Ace of Cups brings the gift of love and key emotional events: fertility, pregnancy, birth, and motherhood. When not predicting a pregnancy, it can reveal that being a parent and or partner takes priority over work, finances, and projects. In a relationship, the card denotes falling in love passion, and a significant new partnership. In existing relationships, it signifies loves and support, positive emotions flow. If you are nurturing a new project, this ace heralds creativity and growth, so make the time for activities you enjoy, and you will see them flourish. Before I continue reading, they're giving me images of relationship counseling and considering a relationship counselor. An enterprise you hold dear will come to fruition, so it's time to turn to your novel business concept or travel plan and give it your full attention. This is also a great card for spiritual growth, so you may find yourself discovering a belief system or other important way to explore your spirituality. Generally, this is a time for love, kindness, conviviality, and good friends, the simple joy in living each day and appreciating every moment. In a reading, one ace brings a focus on the life area according to the suit, which is emotions, which can set the theme of the reading. If two or more aces appear near each other in a reading, the meanings are as follows. There were no other aces, so that was the meaning overall. Okay. So those are the tarot. I'm going to move on to your next deck. I feel drawn to do the Talking to Heaven card. They're not giving me any specifics about who this person is. They're telling me to say you don't need to know. So it's someone who liked to joke with you like that, who's passed away. You don't need to know who I am. That's oh, it gives me shivers. So they gave me tingles just now. So whoever you're thinking of is this person. I feel like I should say what's going on, man. This person. So there's no time where I am. Time is only on Earth. I'm drawn to the rose. It makes me feel like the way he's oh, I guess it's a he. I just said he. The way he speaks is funny. Or maybe it's just the vibes of someone. It makes me think I'm drawn to the rose in this, and it's like I'm here for you, dude. Like I'm here for you, bud. I'm like I don't want to say I'm trying my best, and I don't want to say I'm helping you keep course. They're like, no, I'm just here. Like I'm here when you need me. Like I don't want to do anything that you need to do for yourself. That sounds so weird to say, but it's like the vibe I'm getting. Like, I'm here, but I'm not gonna do anything for you unless you ask. Aw, I watch over you every day. That felt like a confirmation card to me. I watch over you every day, and this person is showing me the cards with the like hints of romance in them. So like, I feel like they're giving me energies like they're this person who actually is very caring and sensitive, but they pretend to be hard, right? They pretend to be like they don't care. But they'll always be there for you when you need them. Like this is very much what they were like in person. It makes me think of like how in shows and anime characters, like there's this big buff dude, right? And they act all tough, but they're actually like a very sensitive sweetheart on the inside, and they like the cute, fluffy things because they're adorable, kind of thing. I hated that in real life, also before he passed. Aw. So he stayed true to himself all the way to the end, from what I get out of that message. Very much so. No, I actually really love that. I think that's great. But that's also what I miss. Yeah, because that identifies I'm getting laughing vibes. He wants me to laugh like ha suffer. Like that's what makes that's what I want to say. I am so much better now. And he means this sincerely. Yeah. There's no such thing as death. He's telling me that you think too much of it being death. Like specifically, he's telling me you're someone who thinks more along, even though you like esoteric things, he's saying that you're more along on the sides of the beliefs that like when you're dead, you're dead. It's very conflicting. It's very conflicting. Know how to talk to me. He's like, why don't you do it? You know how to talk to me. Why don't you do it? And he's like, I see you sitting alone here by yourself, dwelling on negative feelings when you could be so much productive and talk to me about it. Tears cleanse the soul, and it makes me choke up right now. Tears cleanse the soul. It's okay to cry. And he's telling me to say, sorry, gotta collect myself. He's telling me to say that I can't even come to say. I'm sitting right next to you. Guilty of that. And he's bringing my attention to the stairway. He's like, I'm on the stairway to heaven. Sorry, I'm trying to reconnect myself. I mean, not reconnect, recollect. Okay, I think I'm good. Sorry, it took me a minute. I guess I was very, very in touch with the sensitive side of that. So, he's saying I'm sitting right next to you. He's specifically showing me a couch. I'm sitting right next to you on the couch. Or something like that. And then, it's okay to cry. And he's like, but I would never say it that way. He's showing me a gesture. He's like, I would just be like, pat your back. He wouldn't actually say any words. He just like let you know and acknowledge that he's there for you and just pat your back. And then you have nothing to feel guilty about. He wants me to say, I know it was tough on you. I know it was tough on you. The earth is our school. I try not to feel it. And I'm a big old baby. You don't see that side that often. So, um, let's see. And yes, it was. Yeah. I know it was hard on you. The Earth is our school. And this sounds so weird with that card I'm playing, but it makes me think of like the stereotypical dad phrase, like, be a man. Like, the life is tough, but you work your way through it, you learn lessons from it. and it shows you guidance to the next direction. I am sorry, please forgive me. This I don't know why, but this card makes me giggle. It makes me it makes me feel like there's a secret I don't know, and he's laughing because he knows what it is and you know what it is. He said, "I'm sorry, but please forgive me." It feels like well, to be blunt about it, it feels like he doesn't mean it. I do. Okay. All right. As long as it makes sense to you. Sorry. And I feel like I'm gonna play one more card from this. We are soulmates. I'm here with you forever. You're stuck with me. There's no escaping. You'll know when I'm around. Bottom of the deck says I am not dead. So is Duffy today. The tears did help. It feels like that's all he wanted to say. He feels like he didn't need to go further than that, but I feel like he wanted you to know that he's still here. Like he's still here. Still here for you. So I feel drawn to do the life purpose cards next. I'm sorry, he's very strong. I, I'm making you cry. Oh, no worries. I'm sensitive anyway. Um, I'm gonna do the life purpose card next for you. I'm also gonna close my window real quick because I'm cold. And I need a tissue. Again. Ew. That was gross. I'm also strongest in mediumship the most, so I connect with that higher than other parts of the reading. I'm sorry, I'll be right back again. I need more tissues. Okay. All right. Get some more fake tissues. Paper towel. All right. And I'm gonna put my switch on. I'm glad you knew who it was based on the energy that was given, though. That's good. I love hearing that feedback. I'm out of breath now. Okay. So, oh, this sweatshirt is dirty. Okay. On to the next deck. It's for you, for the music. Your connection to music is healing for yourself and others. It makes me think specifically of listening to music. It's kind of like a world escape for you. Yeah. Excuse me. Third, your innate ability to build and create brings a deep sense of accomplishment. You've had quite a few cards that say builder. I don't know if you're like in construction or something. Realty, building enterprises, corporations, but building and builder keeps coming up for you. Energy healing. Your natural energy healing abilities are an important part of your life's purpose. It's interesting because I spoke about Reiki to you earlier and you knew what it was. So that's very significant to me in my mind. And maybe consider a session for yourself or something. It is a very niche market, so it could be just a limited belief on my side because of the area I live in particularly. But it can be a tough field to go into if it does interest you, but it's always nice to receive a session anyway. Let's see. Writing. You heal, inspire, teach, and entertain with words you write. Let's play like one or two more. Let's see what comes out. Strength. Everything you've experienced in your life has made you strong and courageous. I feel like school, the answer that you're seeking involves going to school. Oh, my ears are itchy, so they're telling me to listen. So I feel like maybe you're someone who produces music or has, even whether it's a hobby or something you did in school. Music is significant. Writing music, maybe. Building it up or building a career up in that field. I'm not quite sure. There's like a mix here. Well, actually, I think I said that earlier, didn't I? I said it feels like you had multiple options and opportunities you could go for. I've made some stuff, yes. Okay, all right. It's like they made my ear itchy, which tells me I need to listen when I'm not listening or ignoring something I should have said. It's the sassy side. The writing card is really sticking out to me. There's something significant with writing. You heal, inspire. The word inspire sticks out the most. Teach and entertain with the words you write. Actually, okay, the writing card sticks out to me the most, but I'm actually really drawn to the angel in the card. And it makes me think of Archangel Gabriel. I don't know if you're someone who connects with angels or not, but Archangel Gabriel connects with the throat chakra specifically. So Reiki is niche here also. Sorry, I missed it. And I'm in Texas, so yeah, it's very interesting. Interests you. Hmm. So they're making me think of like I thought of it before too, and I wasn't gonna say it, but they're making me think of like massage therapists and being in like the massage therapy sessions or like the building in a rented space. I'm being told to say like making music for these places is beneficial, and Reiki can be involved as well, working one with another. Yes. Oh, nice. And I was saying that this reminds me of Archangel Gabriel. He's connected to communication and the throat chakra. So I'm being told to tell you to call out to him even if you're not necessarily connected with the angels, you can still call out to them, they'll still help you. And he'll do his best to help you with the situation you're in because he is the angel of communication. So, um, I think that's why I was sticking out, or that one was sticking out the most. School feels like it's something you've been considering. It feels like it's something you've been considering. And then strength is like a card of encouragement, like uh, keep your strength and help moving forward. I do think with the situation you've been in, it might be a little tough but seek to get the answer either way for you. Seek to get the answer. Okay, I'm going to see if there's any other cards from this deck before I move on to the next deck for you. I guess there is. It feels like there's three. So one or both. Okay, yeah, I saw three. So we have practice. Polish your skills by practicing regularly. Options. Consider the career possibilities that are open to you. I'm being told even think of the weird ones. Like think of unique ways to make it into a career, whatever it may be. And then we have travel. Your life purpose involves traveling. That's interesting. Oracle cards is the bottom of the deck energy. It says you are able to turn answers and guidance for yourself and others. And you like esoterical things, and this makes me feel and tells me that you probably also play Oracle cards on yourself. I've been thinking of voice acting. Oh, you know, that's funny. I've been getting signs of voice impressionists lately. They've been coming up in like my feeds and stuff, and I have no idea why I didn't click anything related to it. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to this dream reading cards deck next. Awesome. Yeah, so you have a lot of opportunities. I'm gonna give you the same advice another psychic streamer gave me. Do them all. See which one you like. Just try them all. Alright. So this is the deck I don't play that often, so I might read from the book from this, but I'll see if I interpret things first. We have possessions. Do you need to redefine what you value? What is the cost of your loss? And what are some changes that are causing you to feel undervalued? The word possessions and that King of Pentacles I played in the Rider-Waite Tarot, they're reminding me of it again. I haven't said it yet, but I feel like they're reiterating that I need to say it. So I think some intentions are going towards the financial structure than your feelings. Like, I think money is too important to certain people in some part of your life. Free yourself from limiting beliefs and attitudes. Be an advocate of freedom so others can be free to pursue their dreams. Unshackle the chains that bind you from being the person you want to be. And this reminds me of the devil in the tarot as well. So be free. Set your shackles loose. Run away. Chased. Oh, chase comes up right after I say run away. What are you what are you running away from? Wow, that's some divine timing right there. What is making you feel overwhelmed, and what are you afraid of or unwilling to face? Unwilling to face. So the way the cards are playing right now, I'm going to say there's two, like, one's flying at the other one, one's reaching out trying to catch, and then another one's chasing another one. And then, so if you look at it, this, like, if you look at it in this position, right, they're, like, reaching out to each other. One's flying in one direction, the other one's reaching out, attempting to catch. And then this one is behind this one, chasing this one in the middle. The way I see this. It definitely feels like there's it feels like there's something else involved. I'm hearing the word Trinity. Empowerment. Believe in your own power to create a change and control your life. Be empowered by becoming an example to others. Use your past experiences to make yourself stronger. Like reiterating some situations might be tough, uncomfortable, and difficult, but like in the end, whatever direction it takes, you're going to get the answer you need. Healing. Heal past wounds with forgiveness and awareness. By healing yourself, you can become a healing force to others. Physical healing can happen once your wounds have been confronted. I feel like I'm going to play 2 more cards, and then I'm going to move on to your Moonology cards. Excuse me. Gratitude. Stop and smell the flowers. Focus on the things you do rather than the things you don't or can't have. I did say that in the very beginning of your reading, I think. Or maybe I am mixing things up. But I think I said it. Gratitude is another form of prayer. Practice daily. Appreciate everything and everyone in your life. You did. Oh, okay, good. I did say it. Excuse me. Surrender. Let go of internal and external struggles in your life. Give up the fight to control others and situations. Relinquish your need to be right and surrender to the higher power. This card particularly makes me think like of emotional defeat. You feel very defeated. Like this is near the end of your reading, so it feels like you're going to feel emotionally defeated. But even if that is the case, like I said before, you'll end up getting your answer either way, regardless of the direction it goes in. If you might feel emotionally defeated, but you're already putting in way more effort than you should be. Growth requires you to step out of your comfort zone. Growing pains can only help you in gaining wisdom and experience. The old must be left behind before growing into the new. This card. And then play. Find time to incorporate play into your everyday life. Allow your inner child to experience joy. You deserve to be happy and be joyful around others. I thought I was going to read from the book from that, but I feel like the cards themselves were enough. So I'm going to play the last deck that was pulled out for you right now. Hello, kitty. Hello. Okay. It's time to take action. New moon in Aries. As an Aries myself, I'm being told keep your stubborn side and like go in head first. Like just straight up go to like the root and the cause, like straight to the issue. I'm being told to reiterate, do it in pieces though. Look at the bigger picture. This is like advice to consider both scenarios in the direction. Make sure you consider your well-being as the priority overall. Right? Then we have emotions are running high. That's self-explanatory. Supermoon, it's really high. It's really close. Hello? You coming to join? Should I pick you up or are you going to run away? You ran out. Alright. You ran away. I tried. I tried to show him on screen. Show the world the real you. Show the world the real you. And I feel like one back. No, no, mine. I want two. I want two. I feel like. In the beginning of your reading, I said there was a particular card in this deck that I was thinking of, and I was curious to see if it was going to play. And it did. So it confirms to me. I didn't say what it was yet because I felt it was too soon. I wanted to do the reading overall first. I'm going to read the second card first and this one last. Nothing is yet set in stone. Interesting, but we also have nothing will come of the situation. Nothing will come of the situation, and this is the card that was brought to my mind, and it did end up playing. So I feel like there's a lot for you to consider with what's going on in your life. I feel like there was a lot of messages you did need to hear that you got into, and I don't want to say deserved, like some of those messages were rough to hear, right? But they were good guidance. And even if even if some things are hard to hear, like future can change, it could shift. In the current energies, I don't see it coming to fruition in a positive way with the current energies, but that could change. Um, I do think it'll be a difficult discussion. I do think it has to be in pieces. I do think it will make it or feel uncomfortable in the moment, and you might hear things you don't want to hear within that moment. Who knows? I'm just saying what comes up and what I feel. And in terms of, I'm hearing the word chance. There could be a chance, but it honestly depends on, everybody has free will, right? And as someone who likes esoteric arts, you have a deep understanding of what free will already is. So it really strongly depends on the free will of your partner and what they're willing to put forward, basically. So I hope a lot of it resonated for you. I hope you got the advice you needed and that maybe it'll help you with, some thinking or new contemplation things and so on. Is there any questions you have or that you need answered that I can try to answer? It did. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. Glad it resonated. Oh, like everything resonated. I'm so glad. Okay, let's see who's next on the list. Vanna, you're next. Are you still in chat? Especially with my uncle. Oh, that was your uncle. That's so funny. That your uncle is sassy. It was fun. Yes. Yeah. You're so sassy. But he's fun. He feels like he was fun to be around. Are you in chats and do you still want your reading? He had his moments. I mean, uncles are meant to be that way, right? They're meant to be that way. Your your username is Uncle Jimmy's Basement. That's not the uncle, is it? That's funny. It definitely feels like you guys had a close bond. Vanna Not White, are you in the chat? Let me know now, or I will skip you to the next person if they're still in chat. Be Uncle Anthony Basement. Anthony. Let's call for Vanna Not White. Are you in the chat? Let me know now, or I will skip you. Oh, thank you. That's my tarot cup. Eternal peace for me. Are you in the chat for your reading? Let me know now if you're here. You're next in line. Eternal peace for me came in a reading before too, and I can't remember if I got to the reading. I think it was the same last time. I don't want to. I don't feel guilty. I feel bad that it's they they missed it. Been meant to be, I guess, yet for them. Eternal peace for me. Are you in the chat? True. Yeah. Probably also a time to tell me to go to bed because it's 1 in the morning for me in my time zone. Pushing the limit. I'm glad you enjoyed your reading. It's 12:12 for you. Well, that really is some divine timing. It's a synchronicity. Alright. Eternal peace for me. Last call for you. If you're not in here, I think I'm gonna get ready to close down the stream so I can go to bed. Oh, like 2 minutes. Thank you. You too, since it's late for you as well. Hopefully you can get some peaceful sleep. Hey, you came in just in time. I was about to get ready to shut it down. Well, you did my reading, the insomnia and night terrors. Yeah. Hopefully it alleviates some of that subconscious though. Like it'll probably be tough, but it might. Yeah. At least maybe you'll get some better sleep with the reading. You know. Eternal peace for me. Would you like to pick your decks, or would you like me to choose for you? It will. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Gave my mind to focus on other things. Yeah, definitely. Please choose for me. Okay, great. Give me just a moment. I'm going to recollect my energy. You're going to be my last read for the night. Do you want a general reading or do you have anything specific in mind? I'll still interpret what comes through anyway, but I like to ask just in case there's anything specific that could come up in the reading. I wait for that. It's a orange blues. This one. You stop that! No! Bad for you. Settle down. Settle down. Oh, grumpy. He's grumpy. Interesting. Okay. That go. I'm gonna put it down. Oh, you free. Want you two on that. But okay. One, five. It's free. All right. Let's see what comes up for you. Alright, I'm all distracted by the cat at the moment. No! Stop it. Ow! Look, you don't want already. That's why I took it away. Okay. Alright. So I'm gonna show you the decks I picked out for you. The Divine Tarot. Apparently I didn't put it back right. It's all messy, so there's a huge mess going on. Numerology. Moonology. Fantasy Cats Oracle. And the cat is getting into some trouble. Shaman's Dream Oracle. And I feel drawn to do. Do you want to use ChatGPT to answer? No! You're acting like you could have been fed. Hey. I'm sorry. Hold on one moment. I need to see if he's been fed because he's being a menace. I can't do this. I'm just staying on my shoulder now. We're gonna have a little buddy with your readings because he's not behaving. He is misbehaving. Alright. So you did this to yourself. Card is Watchers and Transpersonal. It's like ancestors watching over you. Hi, I'm back. This is a little random, but a very, very, very long time ago when I was like 8 or 9 years old, I wanted to be a fortune teller. A majority of my family didn't understand. All I can say is now I understand that it could be a reality one of these days. Yes, of course, why not? If you're gonna behave. Hey. The first card is Watchers and Transpersonal for you. Makes me think of ancestors watching over you, keeping a lookout. Keeping a lookout really stands out for phrase. Straddling worlds, wandering between realms. It makes me think you've opened new worlds of opportunity for yourself. Like you're really opening more up to your spiritual side of things than in terms of your beliefs. We have overflow, overwhelm, and plenty. It makes me think of your emotions towards your situation and circumstances. Makes me think of tears and crying. Fool's embrace and transmuting pain. You're still really hurt about what happened in the situation. Unmarked trail. Revelation. You know your answer. You already know the answer. And you know the direction and new place to go and what you should do for yourself. Drifter, experiencing life as it comes. They're telling me that you're taking it day by day right now. You're, you're putting too much focus on asking why. They want you to know, like, this situation is not your fault, and don't, like, make yourself feel that way. Like, I don't want to say the word victimhood, but, like, being a victim in the situation, right? You keep asking yourself why, and you're having trouble going outside of that why mentality. And they're telling me that you should not like be stuck in that. Like rethink the thinking. Covenant, sacred contract. This actually makes me think of something very, very literal to the word covenant. I don't know if you're connected to like the witchy side of things, whether it be Wiccan or like feel a fondness for witches, witch history and stuff, but it feels very literal to me. It also makes me think of like, covenant is like a sisterhood and stuff. Like it's like-minded beliefs and like it makes me want to say the word sisters. Your sisters, be one with your sisters. They're your biggest supporters. Fallen angels, spiritual narcolepsy, you're losing focus. You're losing focus, and the answers you have already received actually answered your questions before, and I don't think you're trying to intentionally ignoring them, but you're ignoring what has already been answered. The wall, obstacles, there's a wall in your way of seeing the truth. You know the truth. You're putting a wall up to, like, this is your way of protecting yourself because you don't want to see, hear, or know the truth. Caterpillar, opportunity. Okay, that's a new message, right? And Sky Dancers, surrender to the new opportunity that's coming to you. And it's interesting because Covenant was a new card for you as well, and they wanted me to think of sisters, and I'm thinking like witchy things. So maybe there's something new that's come your way within the last couple of days, or within the last week. First breath and beginner's mind. Whatever this is definitely something you should move forward in. Dragon's Horde and protecting the future. Is positive for you. Okay, let's move on to the next deck. Involved in the start of your reading because he was all over the place chewing up plastic in my room, which is bad for him and everything. And the cat ended up being in your reading, and I felt drawn to get the Fantasy Cat Oracle card for you too. It's making me think of witchy things again, a familiar. I don't know if you're familiar with familiars or if you have a familiar, but that's what it's making me think of from the cover itself right now. Feels like it's a new journey for you. You've stepped onto a new path, whatever this is. First card is climbing to new heights, getting the support you need. You're being heard and acknowledged. Hiding. Okay, this makes me think of occult things, right? And I also see the cats in this familiars. And I find it very interesting that both of these cards played are specifically orange cats. An orange cat. So if you don't have a familiar, maybe you're going to get one, and maybe it's going to be an orange cat for you, and who's going to cause a lot of mischief and trouble. But that's fun being brought to your life. It'll be a little annoying, but it's fun. Empowering, you're gonna feel very connected to this kitty, so it's definitely a familiar for you. I'm gonna play both of these. So desiring intimacy, feeling, and that's like the longing. This is gonna help ease that longing and overthinking. Spring, the fresh yearning of morning. New beginnings. This is something you want, and need to have. And then let's see. Let's play some tarot for you. I want to know what my partner's thinking about. What do is what? I'm gonna use the tarot. Where's my book? Oh, oh, there it is. Okay. I'm gonna use my tarot to try my best to answer that question for you. So I'll see what comes up. If I'm doing it based on strict intuitive answers alone, and if I'm being straightforward, the answer currently in my own intuition is no. It's going to be very difficult for him to realize and understand the wrong that he did, and I also see that this person is very narcissistic. as well, which makes it even more difficult because they don't think they were wrong in any way, literally. Like they don't see the wrong in any actions they've made so far. First card is the Lovers. Upright position. Okay, so this, I feel like that card in the tarot playing right now is like confirmation of it being about this, like specifically the answer, right? Excuse me. We have the Page of Coins in reverse. Makes me think, so like the creature, I think it's an elk, is like sniffing at the heart. It feels like clingy energy. It feels like, but like not in a good way. It feels like they're like clinging on to you in a way where like they want to keep you nearby, but it's not healthy for you, particularly you specifically. That's how it feels right now. Ten of Wands in reverse. So I see in this card, I see like all the like separate branches. The mind is the mind is it's like thinking, I'm being told your mind is trying to think of excuses. You're trying to excuse this person for their actions. You know that their actions were wrong. But they're like telling me you're trying to find excuses for them. It feels like you're trying to give an excuse for them in order to give them a bone, basically, to throw them a bone. And in this particular situation, if that's what you're doing, then you're not being helpful for yourself and you're putting yourself actively in a situation that is not good for you if that's the case. So far, I'm also going to read from the book for these for you as well. This feels like this needs to be down. This feels like it needs to be sideways. So this one is the Queen of Coins in reverse. Is lost. It makes me think of lost direction first for wording, but I'm also drawn to the coin in her hand, which makes me, in a weird way, it makes me think I have money. If it feels like a desire to be needed in a very unhealthy way. Um, he's in my room a lot for your reading. He's not usually in my room this long. My friend's cat. Um, and I see that so far. And I'm also seeing the anaconda, and she doesn't even say that it's about to like eat her. Right? She doesn't even say that it's about to eat her, and she's even touching it in this card that's down below. And sideways is the Six of Wands. And she's holding on to she's holding on to a spear. It plays sideways, but it feels like you're trying to hold on to something. You're trying to hold on to something or like a specific thing, right? I'm being told you're in like a situation where it's like, so like I'm being told you're trying to think of excuses, you're trying to hold on to specific things, and like there's like clinginess in an unhealthy way, but like it's a neediness for it. It's a need to and desire to have this for you, particularly in this energy. But they're telling me a large part of that reason is because like you're in a situation where like you can't simply just let it go because I don't know, maybe the living situation you're in, there's something that you're trying to cling really hard onto. It very much feels like desperate energy in that case. And we have justice inverted. So the answer to your question matches what my intuitive feeling was. I don't think this partner will see any wrong in their actions. Like, I don't think they'll see that perspective at all. I don't think it's, even if it comes up and is thrown in their face, or even if it was like returned by karma, right? I still don't see them actually taking accountability or realizing that what they did was wrong. They don't personally feel it was wrong. I don't want to say that they felt in the right, but they don't think the actions itself was wrong anyway, regardless of wherever it went. Page of Wands in reverse. Definitely narcissistic energy. And then we have Temperance. And this feels like this is where you need to be. You need to be Temperance. So let me read from the deck's book for you real quick before I move on to the other cards for you. There's going to be a few more cards played for you. I'm hearing the word it hurts. Yep, it does hurt and it's hard. But it's definitely, there's a reason people say ignorance is bliss, but I'm a believer in like it's better to know the truth than to not know, right? Even if the truth is difficult to hear. If you didn't want to know the truth, you wouldn't have come to ask, right? I guess I'm doing the fairy oracle for you next because I ended up picking up that instead of the book. So let's see. We have the Lovers. To me, it was just a confirmation card that it was like answering your question, but I'll read the Lovers card anyway to you. The Beauty and the Beast. An initial reading of this card may suggest love, romance, and connection. The story of the Beauty and the Beast also involves themes of power and balance, growth, the choice to stay or leave, and ultimately a couple learning to complement each other. To interpret this card, a reader may choose what part of the story resonates most. What speaks to a card reader might change depending on other cards in the spread. The reader's intuition or their personal connection to the story. Consider the visual symbolism of the roses. Red roses often represent love, but their thorns make them unapproachable. Perhaps alluding to unattainable beauty, considering an art itself. Consider, excuse me, the art itself. While beauty is rendered in watery blues and the beast in fiery reds, the building in the distance is purple. This could symbolize a compromise, harmony, or it could be a depiction of the tower, one of the symbols of the major arcana card, which represents unexpected destruction. While this card may seem like a lot of information to a new reader, what's most important is to relax and listen to your intuition. Enjoy the experience of connecting with your subconscious and let the cards guide you. Okay, that was the first one. Then we had the Page of Coins in reverse. Okay. That's this one here. Päivi Naida, Sweden, sunny deity. The Page of Coins welcomes the beginning of spring and summer, a fresh start. The end of darkness, Päivi Naida, represents hope, setting up solid foundations and mental wellness. She is grounded and anticipates the bright future. It's in reverse, however, so a lack of common sense, immaturity, laziness, and apathy. It's the reverse meaning of those cards. Then we have the Ten of Wands. Just this card here. Timbo Tree, Paraguay, Guarani legend. The Ten of Wands represents taking on too much and refusing to accept help when Sagua's daughter went missing. She searched alone, in vain. A timbo tree grew out from his ear when he died, bearing fruits he labored for but was unable to enjoy. It's reversed. It says avoidance, burnout, overcommitted, stretched thin, and giving up. Points is next. Northern Australia, Gawingu deity. The Queen of Coins is an eager mother ready to bring new life. Warramungunju has traveled the world blessing her many children. She is always moving, loving, and ever practical. She teaches her children how to help themselves. It's in reverse. It says jealousy, possession, a lack of organization, and manipulation. Then we have a Page of Wands. Yes. Niwindo, Republic of the Congo, Nyange mythology. The Page of Wands represents a childlike optimism, carefree rebellion. For Mwindo, every situation is made fun by a swish of his magical fly swatter. He makes many enemies, but just as many friends who help him in his journey. It's in reversed position. It says naivety, petulance, a lack of imagination, and pessimism. Alright. We also have the Sword of Wands. I'm sorry, I mean the Six of Wands. And it was sideways, so it's on an and/or situation for the Six of Wands. But this is the one that I said was holding on too tight to something and not letting it go, like finding excuses and so on. That comes from this card. So Nyanenga, Burkina Faso, Masi legend. The Six of Wands represents victory and success. A warrior princess. It was played sideways in this case. So I'll read all the meanings for this card. Yanenga is her father's most prized fighter. Her skill is so great he never wishes to part with her, but she rebels. She seeks her own path and recognition for her deeds. Upright would be victory, praise, achievement, reward, and fame. Reversed would be ego, pride, disrepute, a fall from grace. And it was sideways, so it's neither upright or reversed. It's in between. It's somewhere in between. And then we have Justice in reverse. That's number 11. Okay. Justice in reverse. Among Asa, Korean legend. Justice is power wielded with both intelligence and partiality. It is making decisions with all the facts and accepting the consequences of any choice made. It is punishment of the corrupt and promotion of the deserving. For reverse meaning, bias, false accusations, intolerance, abuse, and dishonesty. And then the last card, I said this needs to be you. You need to be here as temperance in the upright position. Okay? And that is there. 10, 5, 4, so 14. That is number 14. Bodhisattva, Avalokitesvara, India, Buddhist Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, I'm sorry. Temperance is about balance and meditation. It is being mutable, recognizing when to change with the times and when to change with the situation itself. The Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara identities are fluid, but their goodwill remains constant. Okay. Upright position and overall meaning of the card for you in this position is moderation, harmony, purpose, good influence, and reconciliation. Okay. You're saying don't misunderstand or misinterpret the message. A fairy oracle for you. Midnight Prince, ask for what you want and be honest. They're telling you to ask them. Spirit or whatever it is you refer to, deities, whatever it may be. They're saying ask them. They said, Midnight Prince, ask for what you want and be honest about it. They're saying you can ask and be honest with your partner and tell them what you want and what you want to see from them, and you can be frank about it. You can be honest in the situation, but you can also ask them to help you. Dragons, pets, communication between species, animals, pets, magical companions, and guardianship. This is coming up again, so I definitely think there's a familiar for you, particularly a cat, because that keeps coming up in your reading. The cat keeps invading my room. There was a cat deck I chose to use because it felt the need, so I think cat is involved in terms of a familiar to you. And they're going to help fill that void as well if you don't already have one. And they're going to help that feeling of those feelings of voids, or the void that feels empty, right? They're also going to help you come back out of that negative mindset of feeling worthy as you're struggling with that. Acorn's invitation, touch, exchange, and connection. Maybe look into adoption or go into like volunteering at a pet shelter, maybe. Pet some animals. Far, far away, creative daydreaming. They're making me think that it's something that you don't find attainable. Like it feels like it's a block. It feels like you want this, but you're choosing not to have it. 3 graces. Cooperative ventures of friends, joy sharing, new partnerships that are fun. So yeah, I definitely see something new, especially recently, or maybe it's coming up, but within the week or within the last couple of days or few days. And it makes me think of sisterhood, familiars, covenant, like all of those are coming up. So I don't know if that's something you've been looking into or been drawn to lately, but that's definitely coming up for you. Okay, right. Little Boy Blue, dreams come true. Return of the soul. Baby boy. Cute. And then we have Secret Doorway, working with intuition, second sight opening, and dimensional doorways. So you're very connected already. You've already gotten a lot of answers. You've heard the truth, you know the truth, but you're refusing to accept the truth. Okay? So like that, we do that. Numerology deck next, and then the numerology. And now is a time for healing. You need to heal yourself. You're not Your focus is in the wrong place. You need to focus on your own internal healing. You need to heal. Look at the bigger picture. Yeah. Your focus is in the wrong area. You need to focus on you. You need to focus on healing yourself. You need to focus on trying your best to actually let go of the situation and what happens so you can heal. Like, you need to heal certain areas and aspects of yourself. The answers you need are coming. Twins. I'm drawn to twins. Nothing is yet set in stone. Worry somewhere. There's something new that's come up that's worrying you. Expect powerful change. Okay. That's interesting. Interesting. You are good enough. Okay, that's part of the healing process. You need to acknowledge your worthiness as well. You are very close to achieving your goal. So yeah, you got some new things going on. So you do have some new positive messages, but it's for something you're doing, something new, or something you're exploring or considering maybe. Something new is definitely coming in that is actually really good for your soul. It feels good in your soul. Oh, I corrected many places just now. Let's for the numerology deck next. We have love for the first card. Self-love matters. If you choose to ignore your healing, you're not showing yourself love, which is by proxy making you feel like you're not worthy because you're choosing to ignore yourself. You need to pay attention to that. You matter, okay? So you need to love yourself first before you can love others. Change needs to be made. There needs to be changes. You're stuck at the moment. Spiritual career. Okay, so you're in interesting. So you're in one part, in the healing part, which I'm pretty sure if I remember right, I did a reading for you before, and it was a lot of pain and heaviness. It feels a little lighter, maybe because you've contemplated on it a little bit, but you haven't healed that pain and it's literally only been a couple of days. It's going to take time, okay, to heal that pain. You need to heal it first. But there's some other things coming your way that's not related to your romantic life, which I find interesting, and that's great news in that direction it's going in. I am so much pain because of my relationship. I feel lost at times. It is normal to grieve a loss. It's called grief. Synchronicity. I'm being told you've opened a pathway when you came out to seek guidance. You was I'll stop you. I'll say. So when you came to seek guidance, I'm being told you received advice and you've opened a new doorway for yourself where you can easily receive messages and they're coming to you now. I'm being told you're finding it easier to recognize them, even though it's taking time. You're finding it easier to recognize them. Start with. Interesting. Teaching and learning is coming up. Okay. They're making me think of like you're learning from your experiences, right? That's perfectly normal in a life. But, because of your experience, you're becoming a teacher for others who experience the same thing and what you want to do to help them because of the experience and pain you've gone through. And karmic completion, right after I said that. Okay, so that's interesting to me because I wonder if, in terms of like your past lives and stuff, this might have been a karmic cycle for you. which might be why you're having a hard time letting it go. But this is you breaking that cycle, right? It's a difficult moment, but this cycle is coming to an end now. You know what you need to do. You've heard it. The advice is being reiterated because you're asking for it, right? That's what they're saying. A karmic completion, some karmic cycles coming to an end. Oh, hello. Oh my goodness. They all fell out at once. And they're all flipped over, so all of them are messages. So, healing. Then we have happy ending. And we have manifestation. Healing comes first. After the healing, you'll come to a happy ending, but don't misunderstand the message. I'm being told to emphasize this. Don't misunderstand the message. The happy ending comes after healing, but because you become happy with yourself, your situations, and your new experiences that are coming along, and the manifestation. When the time is right, you'll manifest some new things into your life. But you are not in this stage yet. This is in the future, and this depends on your actions and the direction you take, right? So you need to focus on your healing definitely first. It's normal to grieve, it's normal to cry. You were hurt. It's okay to feel pain when you're hurt. There's a reason we have those feelings, right? So this, after the healing process, better things will come along, okay? And then you can choose to manifest things in your life the time comes, but you have to be in a high vibrational state to do that. You need to be in a positive and higher vibrational state for that. And I'm going to use my power deck for the last part of this deck. This is like the overall message and advice to you at this time for you to acknowledge, right? I read them literally, whatever it says at the bottom. First one is, sometimes it is good to seek help from others. Sometimes it is good to seek help from others. Telling me like part of like the readings and stuff is one of the ways you're seeking help and advice, but they're also telling me that you should seek professional help too, if you need it, whether it's therapy, maybe you're strongly struggling with depression. They're saying you need to seek help from others professionally as well. Love is the most powerful force of all. This is emphasizing the self-love I mentioned earlier. Love, healing of self-love. You are worthy. That's like needs to be reiterated to you. Your skills are the gifts you can share with others. Okay. Hello. Welcome back. No, I can't pet you. Oh, okay. Let's pet you now. And delusion through helping others. So, that message feels strong to me. That feels like you need to have a new focus. And they're saying that helping somebody else in some way is going to help you because it's shifting your focus to something different, and it'll make you feel good to help others, and it'll help you in the process of doing so. We have quiet compassion is sometimes the best course. Old age brings wisdom and fierce certainty. And we'll do one last to end off your reading. The writings of great beings have been have the voice of God within, and this feels like you should look into some like literature, like novels and books that people wrote. It can be like it can be self-empowerment, like self-reflection and self-growth books, or it can be like books that are similar to your situation and you read it and you might have some epiphanies while you're reading. But they're saying, looking into some stories and books is something that might, I don't want to say beneficial, but might be something that helps you understand in some new ways and like helps you overcome these struggles, if that makes sense. But that's the last card of your reading. Do you feel like you got the answers again that you needed? You're very welcome. Do you feel like you got the guidance you needed? And did it resonate? Yeah, I got beautiful guidance. Okay, great. I'm so glad to hear that. Your energy to me feels like it's gonna be like this for a little while until there's some changes. So even if you come back, the message might end up being the same still. But you did get a little bit of new things going on. There's something new going on in your life. So, but it looks promising to me, which is nice. I think that's great for you. Appreciate it. You're very welcome. Thank you. All right. It's late for me, and I definitely need to go to bed. So, I'm gonna say good night. Thanks for stopping in, everyone.